Headphones. Yeah. There we go. Hi. How are you? So, I haven't finished the options menu yet. I was kind of procrastinating. I started playing Vampire Survivors, and I've been playing it for like days. I don't know. I think it's only been like 3 days or something. Well, no, it's been more since I streamed. I've done a lot of stuff since y'all last. It's just my last 3 or 4 days, whatever it was. I've just been playing Vampire Survivors, and I don't even know what else. I don't remember what else I. It wasn't just that. Something else. Oh yeah, I read some manga. That's what it was. I went for manga, and then I just kind of didn't feel like working on it. I played Vampire Survivors, and yeah, it turned out to be a mistake. So I figured I'd start the stream up to get myself to do this. So I've done like a little bit on it every now and then, but I just every time I get started on it, I get feeling like that worn out. I'm sick of making buttons, figuring out what all the buttons do. I got like a good majority of it done. So I'm using the stream, to hopefully power through the last of this tonight, so we can move on to something else. Got a Dr. Pepper. What else? I had one of my videos on TikTok did pretty good. I don't know what makes a TikTok more popular than what doesn't. So far, I've just been posting stuff. Sometimes they'll get like several hundred views, and sometimes they'll get zero. There seems to be no rhyme or reason to it. I don't know. It must be just like when you post it. Though I feel like I post about the same time every day. I picked a weird time to start using Twitter though. Like, if you don't know, as of this date, Elon Musk just like fired his entire board of directors. He owns Twitter now. So the last couple days, every time I've gone on Twitter to like post some game stuff, which is on their Twitter, Colioing, I should say that. Yeah, every time I've gone on there, it's just been like some horribly offensive stuff on the front page, and I only follow like one thing that I was required to pick something to follow. It was Kotaku, but I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of Twitter so far. But then I got a bad impression of it, I guess. But not just that, I don't really like the way Twitter just like throws random crap in your feed, even though I'm only following Kotaku. Maybe that's because I don't follow enough people. But it just sends me like some crazy off the wall suggestions, which I'm not really interested in any of it. I don't know. I'm just posting my stuff on there. It gets the occasional weed treat. There's a lot of bots. Really annoying. I mean, all the social media stuff is just filled with bots nowadays. So I spend a lot of time on Instagram just figuring out how to get the bots to stop being able to post crap in my comment section. I've mostly got it figured out. Yeah, it's like there's this hidden words thing that you can use, but you can only access it if you download it on your phone, which is one of the reasons I didn't like Instagram to begin with. I was like, now that they got a desktop version, then I can use it. But yeah, not all the features are available in the desktop version, so Instagram's kind of annoying. Oh, we need music. It's really quiet. That's right. Just found out today that place I work at wants me to work Thanksgiving, and it's mandatory. They're not going to give any sort of holiday pay. The way they said it, it just seems kind of scummy. Like, we have no choice. It's corporate requires it. Not our fault. It's like, yeah, it is. You're the one that agreed to it. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that right now. I don't want to miss Thanksgiving. But I don't really want to make like a big... I don't want to complain at work. The way they do it is they like emotionally manipulate you to be like, well, if you don't come, you're just putting all that pressure on the rest of the workers, right? Like, they have to work. No, they don't. And it's not, it shouldn't be my fault that you don't hire enough people. And like, I know how it feels, but there's part of me, it's just like, I don't want to deal with it. Maybe I should just look for another job, and I'll put my 2 weeks in just the day before Thanksgiving. I thought that'd be funny. Like, oh, what a coincidence. All right, later. Hello. Who is that? I have chat open. Hi. Yeah, I decided to stream. I was just talking about what's going on. Yeah, I know. But then again, I'm kind of at a point where I don't really have like a choice. I mean, I don't know. The kind of job that I'm doing, it's not hard to find part-time work. But I do really enjoy like how close it is. It's just the like, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth fighting over. I should just go ahead and work and just say fuck it. Or, I don't know. Honestly, it's just a weird, scummy thing that I really didn't want to deal with. Alright, so we're doing a Keybindings menu. I'm using the stream as a motivational tool. I usually don't like saying that word, but that's basically what this is. It's something to get me in the mode to do this and get this over with, because I'm sick of messing with it. But first I should go over all the stuff I've done off stream. Okay, so borderless window mode. I did figure out how to put that in Game Maker Studio, but the unfortunate thing is borderless windowed is like an option that's either on or off, and there's no way in code to turn it on and off without doing some really weird DLL stuff. I don't know. Everything I looked at, it seemed really confusing, and everybody that talks about it says it hardly ever works. So I was like, okay, so I probably shouldn't even bother with the borderless window. Unless Game Maker Studio adds an option to do it easier. It's so weird because they've actually got this, I don't remember where it is. It's like in options. They've got a way where you can just press a button to swap to borderless window, but there's no way in code to do that. It's confusing. I don't understand it. Maybe that's just an oversight or something. So I've removed it, basically. I made it to where it just goes window to full screen. VSync, I got it working. You know what? I should just go ahead and play the game, and we'll look at all this stuff while I'm doing it. And in fact, I'm gonna go. Oh, that's right. It's got to build the whole game, probably. No, whatever. Nope. Wait. Go on. I don't know if it's gonna load or not. No, it's creating texture groups. Okay, it's gonna take like 2 minutes to load while it builds all these pages. We'll be here. So funny thing about what are you using again? RenP? It's a one that I've never heard about until you mentioned it, and then I looked it up. But now that you've mentioned it and I'm aware of it, have you ever had that happen to where once you're aware of something, you just start seeing it everywhere? I just watched a video, YouTube video recently, and the guy was just like talking about some random thing, and then he just brought up RenP, and I was like, oh, what? How come I've never heard of this? And here it is, just like name dropped immediately. I was like that as a kid when I used to like never pay attention to the big like shit, I can't even think of the name. I say yeah, like an 18-wheeler. I never pay attention to them, but when my like grandpa came over and showed me his, all of a sudden I just see them everywhere. I don't know. I remember that being weird, where I just started paying attention to it, and it's like, oh, they're everywhere. I guess that's just how it is sometimes. Yeah. Well, okay, so I can show some of this off, I guess. So we got borderless mode. I mean, a lot of this is really confusing. That's what's making this difficult, is just how like deep in the layers of buttons that I'm getting at now. Like every one of these, it starts with like an options window, which has different options buttons on it, which go into a deeper layer of like game options, where we've got their options in there, and then those each go into a new layer of different options of buttons. This has just been my life. Oh yeah, I put in a coloring. There's a lot of new stuff. But I have been busy. Just the last 2 or 3 days, I've been very distracted. But I've been feeling bad about it, so I figured I had to do something. So I put in auto firing, auto moving. I still haven't coded how that stuff works yet. Oh, there we go. It's finally loading. Good. We can just look at it. I think it'll be easier to explain it if I can look at it. Let's change to the scene so we can see this. All right. So new things. Well, there's a mouse cursor now. You won't be, I don't know. I can always just go to the options and change the display. So windowed mode, just have windowed and full screen now. That's going to screw up the OBS display, and then when we go back, I don't know if you could see that or not. You might have been able to, but that works, and you can cycle through it with the arrow keys. Resolution options are now all over here. You can cycle through it with arrow keys. You can press these buttons, or you can click on the one you want. So let's go something bigger so y'all can see it a little better. There we go. Yeah, I got VSync and on or off. I got a little checkbox, but I kind of feel like I should have just used arrows because it was simpler. Or whatever. Audio. Oh yeah, I did audio sliders. Man, I think the last stream I did, I was just doing display. So yeah, all this is new. But these audio sliders work. Basically, you click on them. You can click on them wherever you want, and it automatically goes to it. Set the audio to where you want. You can do like left and right buttons to cycle through it, and you can hold the button. So all of that is something I had to set up. Basically set it on a timer. Every 10 frames you're allowed to go to the next one, so it doesn't like cycle through way too fast. So that works. You can also use little arrows if you wanted to do that, though I don't know why you would want, but they're there. Yep, and all these have settings, and they're actually changing what the global variable is for all the music stuff, which I'll apply later. That works. This whole thing where it actually draws it is also something I had to set up. So these are actually not buttons, so you can't select them or anything, but I had to make it to where it draws what the values are so you can look at them if you mouse over it. So that works, and then when you click on it is when it actually opens it up and allows for selection. I also had to make it for these to where they actually get selected if you click on, or if you mouse over the bar, because that made more sense. So that it would actually automatically select the one that you have the mouse over. Alright, game options. This one's got descriptions at the bottom, so it tells what each thing does. So like auto skip, you can skip cutscenes by holding down the skip button for a short time. Skip cutscenes with a single button press, and cutscenes will automatically be skipped. Only advised for return playthrough. So some quality of life stuff there. Auto fire on and off, and yeah, got descriptions for that. Auto move, the different types of movement using the mouse. So we are mouse only compatible, mouse only friendly, I guess. And then cursor, I made a cursor So I figured if I'm going to do that, I might as well have a full customization of cursor. And now there's a size thing for the cursor. You can make it bigger or smaller. And you can change the outline color. And you can change the middle bit color or whatever if you want, like pink and white or something that helps you see it a little better. So that works. I had that hide if you're not over it, because honestly I don't know why. I could have had this just always on screen. Maybe I should have done that. Oh well. And now what we're working on now is key bindings. So I've been doing these buttons and I think it might be in the wrong place, or it doesn't have the right thing set. So I need to do that. And a crash, because this one wasn't really set up to be played yet. Okay. Advanced. I spoil my player. It's just important to have lots of accessibility options, especially for indie games, because we get in that disabled crowd. I mean, it's a joke, but no, it's true. Especially for, like, I don't know, it's a selling point for indie games if it has mouse-only controls or if it has good colorblind options. So I wanted them in my game. So was that basically everything I talked about? Oh yeah, I didn't talk about, I fixed, okay, let me look at this. My controller, I ended up turning the controller object into the mouse because that made sense. So the thing that controls all the button presses became my new mouse. But in here, I ended up figuring out how to do the Alt key and the Enter key. Instead of what I had before, where I was making it to where if you have the Alt button pressed, you can't press, you can't confirm. It made more sense to just put it at the top and say if Alt is pressed and you press the Enter key, then it will change the full screen. It will do the screen reset, and then it just exits the script. So you don't have to worry about anything being selected, because if this is ever true, it's just gonna do what it's supposed to do and then exit, which is the much smarter way to do it. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. I think it's because I didn't think to put it at the top. I put all the screen reset stuff in here so that you know this is, anytime you change the display on a computer, like it changes the resolution, it changes to full screen, changes to what the size of the screen is, or yeah. You have to reset the entire display and restart it, otherwise you have to restart the game. So if you ever play a game where you have to do an option and you can't, yeah, the options don't save until you restart the game, it's because they haven't done this, or their gaming platform, whatever, there's a better word for this, their whatever engine they're using doesn't allow it. But Game Maker Studio does allow it, as long as you do a reset. It goes through these different states. So that's what I do every time I make one of these setting changes, so that you don't have to restart the game. And all that's good. I added in this F1 key is just for testing options, so I can set all the options back to default, so I can change them and see if the changes actually work. F9 is the game restart button, and F11 is another way of doing full screen. If you don't know, Alt Enter or F11 are common keyboard shortcuts for full screening an application. Okay, so that's that. What's the other thing? Oh yeah, that was what I was talking about. F9 restart, the auto descriptions, we showed that, cursor size and colors, sliders, and now we're doing keybinds. Oh yeah, I drew pictures. So the slider, you saw that, but I have pictures for these different keybind options, and I think they might be a little too fancy, but we'll see. Let me find them real quick. Here we go. I don't know if I'm happy with these, but this is what I made. There's down arrow, left, right, up. This one's, I was thinking I would put the letters inside of this blank one. I don't know if that'll be true or not. I got like a D-pad up, left, or right, down, left, and then the face buttons. I'm doing it this way so that I don't have to do A, X, B, or square, triangle. This way, it's like, it's the top face button, the side face button, right? I did all the mouses, so left click, or middle mouse click, right click, and then mouse 1, or mouse 4, or mouse 5. I just drew these little pictures. I figured I'll use them instead of writing them out. We'll see whether I do that or not. Thought it was F4. F4 is the common button for quick save. F4 is quick save. F8 is quick load. Oh, actually, it might be F5. Maybe F5 is quick save. I don't know. It's hard to think about that when you're not actually playing the game. I think F5 is quick save. I don't know what F4 is commonly. I know F11 is usually the full screen. F12 is usually how you, if you press F12, like here, I can show here. F12 usually collapses all windows, so like this. I hit that on accident a lot. But, yeah, on most things, that's what happens. I know Control Plus is usually zoom in, Control minus is zoom out, right? On almost all software. And then I think most people know the Control Z undo, Control X is cut, Control C is copy, Control V is paste. I don't think of any other ones. Alt F4, everybody knows that one. That's the force close an application. I don't have that one, now that I think about it. I don't know if that'll work or not. This is something you don't really think about. Those programmers just know that they need to add all this stuff to the game. I don't know. What are you doing? This is Una, my puppy doggy. He always gets weird when I start streaming because he gets worried for my mental health. I'm talking to myself. Nah, she's used to it. Come on. Oh my God, what happened to the screen? It looks weird now. I've been noticing some weird stuff like that happening lately. I don't know what's causing it. Try F4. Oh, I don't want to do that. I'm afraid what it's actually going to pull up. Oh, there's Alt F4 for exit. It did nothing. Okay, good. Don't say spooky. Oh yeah, it's Halloween. I totally forgot. Streaming on Halloween apparently. I just totally forgot about that. I haven't celebrated Halloween since I was a kid. I like the decorations and the mood of it, but I don't know. At some point, they stopped the whole neighborhood thing, and I haven't really cared about it since then. Okay, so that's all that. Now, what I'm on is I'm trying to make all the buttons that we're making. Okay, so what I'm trying to do, basically, we've got an options window. We've got this controls button. If you click on the controls button, then we go to up here to in the controls. We've now got these 4 buttons: keyboard, gamepad, mouse, and the default button. Now I'm trying to get the keyboard button. I'm basically trying to go all the way down to the first tree so that I can copy and paste from there. So in the keyboard, the first button that comes up will be this keyboard A1 confirm. And I'm trying to get it to do what it does. Yeah, like I can copy and paste this button to do all the other buttons. So trying to go to the deepest level and then work backwards, basically. It makes it very complicated not to screw something up so that you copy and paste something incorrectly 20 times. So I'm just trying to like work through it. It probably doesn't help that I've taken a couple days off for working on it, making it kind of confusing. All right, button options keyboard. I don't know if I've set this up. I have. Choice keyboard 1. Oh, you crashed. Oh yeah, man, yours. I was looking at yours. I like, if I'm gonna do that, I feel like I need to make an Excel spreadsheet and just like, that way you have all your info in like a bunch of little boxes everywhere you can see. Though that little zoom view did look pretty handy. Personally, I'm a notepad guy, so see how I keep track of everything is like this. Basically just write down everything that I've been doing and I just keep track of it in this kind of thing, to where like I got all my different depths, got the sequence of events that I'm going through, different locations and what are inside the locations, and I've just been kind of like putting this together as I go and erasing, basically just keeping notes. Right now we're doing controls, so I want to do the keyboard. I thought about putting like these extra controls in here, but I don't know if I'll do that. But yeah, we're just trying to get the confirm button working for the keyboard, and then having it set up to where we can actually change that button. And once that's done, we'll copy paste it for all the different buttons and all the different other places. And then have a button that changes everything back to default. And then we got to set up the save button or the exit button to have a save changes kind of thing. All this is like the different locations where buttons are supposed to go. And I noticed that one of my buttons was not in the right place, so that's what I'm going to look at first. It's supposed to be at this one, 850, 160. I think I used the wrong one. I think so. I might be wrong. Right, so if it's, let's just say, the first one's going to be, I mean, it's not, but let's say it was controls. The next one would be keyboard, right? Yeah, so the next one would be keyboard, and then the next one would be the confirm action or whatever. And then the last two should be the buttons that they're set to. Okay, so yeah, 850 by 160 is where I'm supposed to be at. Oh, it screwed it up again. This is getting really annoying. I don't know why this started happening. It's something. Let me try and change this again. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps doing that. It keeps thinking that my overlay is the window capture, even though they're different programs. They're technically both made in the same program. I don't know. I'll just have to keep looking at it. All right, so this one should be, I think I just created it at the wrong place. Yeah, I created it at 1250. It should be created at 850. That means all these are wrong. All right, that'll fix that. These ones will be right, but it's going to be a different thing. That doesn't really matter as long as this is in the right place. Okay. So I've created this. Now this one needs to create its own things. I've created this choice controls thing. No. Choice controls is part of the main one. UI options window. Okay. Choice keyboard is the one we're working with now. Okay. So choice keyboard isn't quite right. The problem is this has to go through so many layers. I need like, I don't know, this one's going to be a lot more complicated because it's not just going left and right or up and down. It's also going to go, it's going to go like on a grid, a 2x8 grid. So it's got to go like left, right, goes between 1 and 2 or something. But then up and down goes from 1 to 3 to 5 to 7. Right? Oh my goodness, this is going to be so annoying. This is why I've been avoiding this. The rest of them have been pretty annoying, but they're not as bad as this one is. I feel like trying to do it the way I've been doing it is just making it harder for myself. I should have just made states or something, because it'd be easier to track based on states. Maybe I should do that. I have no idea. I think I'm just going to get them working and in here. I don't know. Confusing. You ended up going back on your evening routes. Oh, you mean like the routes of your game? Well, I have to have key bindings. Honestly, the good thing about doing this key binding thing too is once I get it set up for this game, I should be able to use it or apply the same knowledge for my other game. So I'm basically going to copy paste what I do here. But I need it. I need to figure it out the first time. I think key bindings is really important in a game. Alright, so let's just start with the first button. So it's, I had keyboard active or keyboard action. So what would this one be? Alright, so keyboard action 1 confirm. This goes into the buttons, so we have choice 1, choice 2. How am I going to set that up? Maybe we just say, honestly, I could use the same buttons. Thinking about, it would be smarter to use the same buttons and then they just change depending on what the first option is selected. That way I don't have to do like, it doesn't make sense to do this over and over again when the only thing that's really changing is what the first option was selected, and then it displays differently depending on what that is, and it changes differently depending on what that is. I think that makes it easier. So I need to set these up so where they can work regardless of what's chosen, and they'll know what to display and change. Right, so instead of like keyboard confirm, this is just confirm for all 3 of them, or all 4 of them, not 3 of them. But then that changes the fact that like the mouse has different buttons than the gamepad. I really should have thought about this harder. I can kind of see it in my head. I need to put it on paper. Alright. The keyboard has confirm, cancel, right, left, up, down, pause, attack. The gamepad will have those same. The mouse, the only difference is the mouse doesn't have up, left, down, and right. The mouse has everything else. But yeah, it makes sense. The mouse doesn't have those controls because it is based off of where you point and click, or where the mouse cursor is. Yeah, the handy dandy notepad. I just don't have the chair anymore. I had to sell it, make ends meet. Okay, now I think this will work. I'll just have to change what the up, down, left, right is. What I could do, if I make right, left, up, down be the last four options, when you go to mouse, I'll just cut off those last four options and the buttons associated with them. That makes sense. And then I have to do the bare minimum. I like that idea. I love doing the bare minimum. I live for that. What my studio's all about. I forgot right. All right. Okay, I want to change this then. So this will just be, I don't know, I just want to call it like action 01 confirm. Yeah, let's just call it that. Then I got to change it here so that it gets it right. So this is action 01. So Game Maker Studio is pretty good little thing. I started off, I was using it back in high school or something. Back then, it was very basic. And it was only like, I don't know, I started doing this like 6 years ago. So everything I've learned has been in 6 years. But somewhere around there, I learned that games like Spelunky were made in Game Maker Studio. And at the time I was like, oh, I didn't even realize, you know, it had become so popular. Or that it could do that, you know. But yeah, they've been working on it. It's like how Fruity Loops has kind of like upgraded into FL Studio instead. They don't even call it Fruity Loops anymore. It's like the audio program. So when I found that out, I was like, oh, I should just try some Game Maker Studio stuff again, seeing as I'm kind of familiar with it. But no, everything changed. They got a lot more closer to HTML coding. They still offer like drag and drop stuff, so there's a lot of like, if you want to do it the other way, I recommend learning the code, because it's actually not that hard to do. And there's tons of tutorials, so it's completely free online. But it's not a bad idea. And it's not as hard as it might look. Like I'm like I said, 6 years into it, so yeah, it might look overwhelming, but it's actually pretty simple once you practice it a bit. And once you know, you can do basically. Game Maker Studio works really well for anything 2D. So it can do 3D stuff, but from everything I've heard, it's kind of a pain. And you might as well just use like Unity or Unreal or any other type of game engine. But for 2D stuff, Game Maker Studio is actually very good. It might beat out on that other stuff. Okay, so we got that. And the buttons after this are going to be, we've got action buttons. I need to like get rid of all this stuff. Oh, F2 is the button for renaming. That's another common shortcut. That works on like if you want to rename something on a desktop or in most software, press F2. Alright, and this one needs to be, we got actions, and I guess we got buttons, or what do I call this so I know what it is? The future dummy knows what this is at a glance. I'm always setting stuff up for future dummy. He's an idiot. Forgets everything. I don't know. I'm just going to say inputs. That seems pretty close. Alright. We got inputs and actions. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Past self does some amazing work sometimes. I wonder how they managed to pull certain things off knowing what little they did. I always like the saying, you don't know it, but somewhere in the future, your future self is making fun of you right now. That sounds like something he'd do. Alright, so the inputs will just be INP01. We'll just go with that. And it'll be I don't know how I want to name these. I'm tempted to just say like I want to say like 1-1, 1-2. I don't know. Maybe just MPO1 will be good enough. We'll just go with that. Because I think I'll know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It'll be 16 of these. That'll be fun. Okay, so choice keyboard goes through 8 different actions. Oh, but that changes based on, oh my goodness, this is going to be a pain. That changes if you're in the mouse or not. So I'll have to set that up. For now, let's just get it working for keyboard and gamepad, and we'll do the mouse on its own. Because the mouse just makes things annoying. So I need like, for my button presses, UI options window. This is where button presses are. So we're going to be in state controls. Alright, so we really haven't set up much here. So this is choice controls. Oh, okay, we're kind of already set up for it. All I have to do is copy what I have here and change the name of this. So instead of choice controls, we're now in choice keyboard. Oh, that means choice keyboard should be here. That way I can track it. Oh, maybe this isn't the best place to do this. I don't know. I kind of want to put this. I kind of have to do it here, though. Crap. I don't remember if you select. I haven't really set that up. If you select keyboard, I haven't set up, like, because none of my options till now, you've never really been able to select an inner option It's really just whether you go left or right on that inner option. But this one you have to actually be able to select it so that you can go to the next option, which you can select and go to the next option. Oh my. It's gonna be annoying. So I need to figure out like what part of the controls I'm in to figure out what I need to move or change. I could always just do a new switch. So if I'm in controls, we do, okay, maybe I'll just do that. Yeah, that'd probably be easier. Though it's gonna make this much larger. I mean, a lot of this I haven't been using. I can start gutting some of this code so it's running through less stuff. I'll do that later. For now, let's just get everything in here. So, okay, we got choice controls, and now we got choice controls. How do I want to say this? Do I just say controls keyboard? I guess. But instead of going back to main, it goes back to controls. Right. Okay, so if I set it up like this, we can do gamepad and mouse. Right, I'm going to set that up when I do the confirm press and figure out what choice control we're on, and then what happens based off of that. And state equals was it controls that's not how you spell keyboard. Right. That's choice controls. And the question is the second one gamepad or is the second one mouse? Because I've already forgotten. I might have wrote that down. Second one should be mouse. And this one will just be default. Which I'll figure out later. Alright, should be 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, so if I'm getting an error because nothing happens? Oh, probably. It doesn't fix it either. Crap, I've never had this problem. I know how to fix it. Go over here. Make the whole thing a comment. Ah, I fixed it. Okay. So if you're on 1, it'll swap over to keyboard this one. If you're on 2, it'll go to that one. And that way I can kind of like set up each thing. Okay, now we want choice keyboard. Needs to have its changes. And should I even do keyboard? Should I just make this something new, like choice action? I think I should do that. Seeing as they're all going to use this. But if I do that, then the mouse one, oh no, that's easy enough because I can just set it up here when I do the mouse. Okay, yeah, we'll do choice action. Honestly, I think I'm making this a little more complicated than it needed to be. But as long as it works, whatever. Alright, so now we just need a choice action. Cool. Right, so this is how I do this. So action goes through 8 different choices. Set that up like this. This one goes through 8 choices. But this one only goes through 4 choices. And we just leave it like it is. And that should totally work. The only problem I could have there is I got to make sure I set the choice action back to 1 if you ever close out of the menu. So that's okay, and I do that right here. But how do I do that without it looking weird? I don't know, I'm just gonna do it here. Just set it back to 1 when we exit the menu. That way we don't have to worry about it being on like 8 and then getting into this one and yeah, it doesn't know what 8 is because it's got to be at least 1 to 4 cycle through this correctly. I don't know if that overly complicated stuff or not. Alright, now to set up the button to where it works based off of that instead, which is UI options window. I'm having a lot of trouble. It's not like I can make it work, it's just I want to make it work the first time. That means I have to think about everything. A lot of this, what makes this difficult is the fact that I got to copy and paste it. So I really need everything to work. And I have to think like way ahead of, like this is 4D chess right now. I think way ahead to not screw myself over in the future. And I'm finding it very difficult because this one has a lot of steps in the future that I got to plan. I feel like I really should have just gone through a notebook and figured this all out ahead of time instead of trying to do it on the fly like this. Well, okay, choice keyboard's not a thing anymore, it's choice action. So I can get rid of that safely. And this will be options, UI options window. What did I screw up? Oh, I typed options twice, that would be it. Alright, so this is what we want now. This changes to that. Also this changes to that. Alright. So that'll fix all that. Oh yeah, and then down here as well. So I should set the action back to 0, shouldn't I? That would fix what I was thinking to do before. Also, I can get rid of this. So instead of setting it to go back to 1, I should set it to go back to 0. Zero will be my default. And then when it's created is when we'll make the 1. Oh, I see. It's because I'm not doing these buttons the same way I was doing before. Because it's like a seated layer. Before I was just creating the buttons because you couldn't really interact with them. But now I gotta create the buttons, but I have to have like whether they're active or not is its own thing. So the way I was doing it before is not gonna work for these. I feel like I'm just making this so much harder for myself. A lot of that's got to do with the fact that I'm trying to use what I've used before instead of just starting from scratch again, which probably would have just made this a lot easier. Like I'm trying to shoehorn an old system into a new system. Or a new system into an old. Got that backwards. I think there's not much I have to change though. All I have to do is change the way this gets selected. For this, that's still fine. I just want to make sure this doesn't trigger unless the UI options window state equals, oh no, it's not gonna work if I'm gonna do it. Oh, if it does not equal control. I've already forgotten what I had before. Is it controls? Yes. Okay, so if it does not equal controls, which means it can equal anything else, then we can set up to where it gets selected. That makes sense. I probably need to apply that to this as well. No, the mouse enter won't be true, so this will never be true as long as this state equals this. Alright, this part doesn't matter. I just want to get the first button working. We'll get the next part afterwards. Alright, so let me just run through the sequence of events. You press the first button, it goes into the second one. We've already got that set it up. So it'll go to the controls state. So basically, if you press the cancel button, it'll go back to its main state. Otherwise, it'll cycle through these different control options, 1 to 4, in both directions. And if you press enter or a confirm button on any of these, then it will change the state to the next one, which should allow you to select the further in button. Now, if you have one of these selected, whether the buttons exist or not is based off of that, right? If button options keyboard is not active, then it's going to destroy this button. But I really shouldn't do that. I should just have it display a different thing. Right? I need this confirm. Honestly, no, this confirm will always be on screen. The only ones that won't be on screen are the left, up, right, and down. So, yeah, I gotta rework the way I'm doing this too. It's like a minefield. I guess the only time it wouldn't be up. No, it should still be up if you're on the default button as well. If you're on default, it should just display the last one you had selected without changing. Yeah, okay. I don't want it to destroy itself, so I'm gonna hide that. Really thinking about just going back to square one, because I don't think I was planning for any of this stuff from the start. And the fact that it's all the same buttons, they just change depending on what state we're in. So really everything is displayed as soon as you go into this menu. And just like what they display in general is what changes. But the buttons are always there. I just feel like I've potentially screwed something up because I've made all these changes without thinking about it in the right way. I mean, there's no reason to go back because I've only got the one button. I've kind of already, like if I was 2-year-old me back in the day, I would have just like copy paste all of them and then copy paste everything. And oh God, I screwed something up. Well, I got to change it 8 times. I've at least had learned not to do that. But I've already screwed up the one thing I'm not supposed to screw up. Okay, I just need something to set up. How do I transition from choice action equaling 1 and when it equals 0? It equals 1. Oh, I know where to do that. It equals 1 when you actually go into it. Here. Okay. There we go. So it'll set it to 1. Otherwise, it'll be 0 anytime you exit one of those menus. So I can track that. If it's ever 0, I know we're not messing with these. If it's ever 1, then we are messing with those. And the other one shouldn't have anything happen to them. I mean, that's not going to happen anyway, because as soon as you get out of this, choice controls isn't even going to be an option anymore. I should rely on states more. I can usually get around with the if statements, but once it gets too complex, it's kind of better to just swap over to doing states. That should work. Just setting it up to where, yeah, it sets to 1 here, and it sets back to 0. If it's ever at 0, then it shouldn't be able to be selected. But that's actually not true, because I just had, if it's ever at controls, it can't be selected. So what's the point of 0? Is that even doing anything? Is it's ever, well, yeah, it needs to be at 0 so that it doesn't select something. Right, if this says at 0, none of the buttons will actually register that active is true. Because if it's not the one that it's supposed to be, it's active set defaults. But the 0 is still kind of important. Also, I'm looking at the wrong one, this one. Unless I could just change this to be, unless it's 0. But I guess they both mean the same thing. Okay, this should work. I say confidently, this should work. Where I can create the buttons that I've got, and I should be able to select the buttons as I go through the menu without messing anything else up. One thing I'm thinking about is if you're deeper in this menu, what stops? Oh, that's because, yeah, it changes state. Oh no, it should work. You know what? I'm gonna start it. I think it'll work. Hopefully my game capture stuff works. It's been weird tonight. I'm gonna go back to full screening the game though, and just hoping it works where you can see it. Alright, so options menu. There it is. Controls. I'm getting lag. That's to be expected. There we go. So we're in the controls. We've got these different things. I am noticing that we have a stacking button that keeps, there's probably like 15 buttons here now. That's because I didn't set it up to where the buttons, I keep creating the buttons without destroying them. Okay, that's fine. So if I clicked on mouse, it would go deeper into the menu. Oh, but I don't turn off the mouse control, so I can still do this. If I was doing it this way, and I went in, yeah, okay, now I'm actually selecting other things. Okay, and then I press escape, it goes back out. Okay, that much works. Okay, the parts that's not working here is, 1, the button is set to active by default. 2, it keeps creating extra buttons. We need to fix both of those. But yeah, as long as, so all I have to do is make the button display a different thing depending on what you have selected. But honestly, all of those they won't actually change, except for the mouse. Okay, let me fix those 2 problems, and we'll go further. So the problem here is anytime this is active, it's creating a new button, which is not what it needs to do. We need to get rid of this. But I gotta figure out, where do I put this? This goes, when the options keyboard button is created, this needs to be created. So honestly, I can just go in here. That's part of the creation. And that means all this stuff will also be created at the same time. Okay. So yeah, this doesn't really dictate that button's creation anymore. So really all this is useless for now. Okay. The other thing that was going wrong is these mouse controls, they're not updating. And the way to get these to update is the exact same way I get those to update. And I just reverse it. So this one is if they are not in controls. This one will be if they are in controls. And that should fix that. All right, let's test that. All right, it created it. It should only have the one. I didn't do the part where it is not active. I need to do that. But all right, if I go in this, oh, I don't have it on the left mouse button. That would be another problem. If I go in this using the keyboard buttons, I can still, oh, that's because I haven't changed it on all the keyboard. Okay. A couple things still wrong. For one, why is this one active when it's created? Because Active equals false. Active set to true if choice action equals 1. Oh, wait, no. Also, this is going to be different. So I can go ahead and just cut it too. Why is this one true? Choice action shouldn't equal. Actually, it does equal 1 because that's what I set it up here, isn't it? Yeah, it needs to equal 0. That's why. Okay, I got it. It needs to be 0 by default. Alright, so that should fix that. And the other problem I was having is because I haven't set up this right here. It needs to be on the other buttons. That's easy enough to do. There we go. Let's try it again. The dolphin. Alright, options. Controls after some minor lag. Alright, so I can mouse over stuff. I can't mouse over this one. I never set up the left mouse button right. But that won't work. I still need to do that. But if I do this, select this, it'll open that one. Now I can't mouse over anything here. This I can still cycle through. We just don't have the other buttons yet. And if I go back, it'll go back to this. Okay, open it. Can't select. Close it. Can select. Okay, that's all working great. So the things that were off there were the left mouse button. Let's do that. Thing is, I have these open anyway. Go back up to keyboard. I really hate this thing the Game Maker Studio started doing. For some reason, I can't double click on things without clicking on them first, which is dumb. Alright, so this is the left mouse button thing. So I guess I just add this to it so that it can only be selected if it's in controls. That makes sense. Oh, that's not it. It's the further part that I'm missing. It's the part that's actually in the window. This part. Not here. This. Yeah, I just need to change the state and change the choice action. Okay. And that should fix everything else. Alright, do this. And then I change the state to be whatever we happen to be. Here it's keyboard. Right. Then I just copy this into the others, and that should fix that. Okay, so we should have keyboard controls now. Then the other part, I think, just thinking about how this is going to work. I probably do want to set something up to where the mouse does select the further choices, and I'll just have to change what I did before so that it also updates what the keyboard options are, so that you can just, like, it makes no sense to click on it with the mouse when you should just directly be able to click on the thing that you want. But then again, if you directly click on it with the mouse, you won't know what's actually selected, so maybe I'll just have to like gray everything out or something. Actually, I have no idea. But first thing, I can get this thing to do what it's supposed to be. I think I need it to be this. Yeah. That'll gray it out. And I've changed the color here, so it should work like any other button. Okay. Yeah, I think I have to make it to where you have to actually mouse over it and press it, because none of this stuff on the right is going to change until one of these is selected. And yeah, you could come into this menu and see all the keyboard stuff and want to start making changes, but I really need you to click on keyboard to actually get into this stuff. I don't know if that should be necessary. That's the part that makes this kind of difficult. I mean, when I think about it, even if it's like I had everything here and it's all gray, you'd still want to, like, even without selecting keyboard, you'd still want to like just go ahead and start changing. So I do think if you click on something to the right, it should just set keyboard automatically as selected so that that actually starts happening. That's going to be really confusing to set up to where it actually works with the normal buttons as well. I think that's just going to be something I'm going to set up afterwards, because I really need to see it and experience it. It means I'm going to have to make like dozens of changes, but I think it'll be just the better option. Oh, I know why this looks weird, because it's not in capitals. Maybe I should go capitals with these as well. I also, thinking about it, haven't really left enough room for me to put like input 1, input 2 on the top, which I don't know if that's necessary. I don't think it's necessary. And we're going to have to say it's not necessary because I haven't really planned for it. Notice that the thing didn't switch over. Has this been happening? It didn't actually change scenes. That's what's happening. Why didn't it change scenes? That time it did. OBS is being weird. Okay, so one thing, I want to change this to be all caps. Alright. So now that I got that, the next thing to set up is all the other stuff. Honestly, I'm going to change where this stuff is created to not be here, because that's a little weird. Wherever I create these buttons is where that stuff should be created, which should be in options window. Honestly, I think it's part of options controls. Yeah, this is where I created that stuff. Should be a part of this. I just had to do something to where if I'm gonna change these as well. If this state changes to be controls mouse, I'll just have these couple buttons just hide themselves. So technically they'll still be there, you just won't be able to see them or interact with them at all. Alright, so I want to change these ones to be pause and shoot. You're going to be left and right. So that the ones that don't change are at the top. Okay, cool. So now to go even deeper, we need to create those buttons here. So really, I'll probably just copy this. We'll start at a new one, because I'm just going to have to copy it again anyway. Did I spell that right? Yeah. So this one's 1250 by 160. Actually, these numbers are probably different now that I think about it. These buttons are, they're going to be input 01. Alright. That's what I was setting up here, but I deleted it. Yeah, okay. Got rid of it. It's going to be down here now. Alright, so create this, but is that the right spot? It needs to be 1250, 160. Yeah, should be it. Alright. And now I have to create that button. That button is going to be very much like this one for now. Let's go Control D. Change all this. Input 01. Let's just start with the draw. God, I'm gonna have to like open up Gazard and see how I actually did this before. Let's just put like an X here for now. I don't remember how I did Keybindings before. But I do know that this button is only at 0.5. Everything else is the same. It's just the size of it is smaller. Yeah. See, I did Keybindings in my previous game, but I was just doing like the bare minimum of like option stuff because I wanted to make sure I knew how all that stuff worked before I, bulldoze forward making a game. But that was like years ago at this point. So I'm teaching myself it, and I'm also teaching myself the right way to do it because I don't think I did it the right way the last time. I just did it a way that worked. But I don't even remember that. Okay. So everything here's good. The whole destroy yourself part. Ah, yes, I do need destroy yourself. But I just need to figure out when do you destroy yourself, because I didn't set that up, and that is important. If I'd have gone all the way out of the menu, I would have encountered that problem. You destroy yourself when this one destroys itself, so it's the same thing. This. I need to put this at the top of all the new buttons. So here, that way, if we ever go all the way back out to main, this button goes away. Same goes for the new stuff we're making. This one. Okay, cool. So we're not choice action anymore, we're choice input. That's easy enough. I change all the actions to inputs. And then this state is probably also going to be input for selecting it. I have no idea. It's going to get complicated. Input. Okay, now I need to create that so it knows what I'm talking about. Put that one to 0 as well. I'm not too worried about that just yet. As long as we can't select it, which we won't be able to, and it's set to 0 so it won't be active. Everything else should be good. Alright, let's test that. Make sure that button actually shows up and it's the right size in the right place. Oh, I created a new object, so I've got to redo textures. I also remembered that I forgot to shrink my screen back to what it was before. Maybe that's why things have been weird. Alright, I totally forgot that I made this little room here for chat, and so that I can see the mic. I just totally forgot to set that back up, because it's been so long. Now I can see chat, and I can see my mic, and everything should still look pretty good. Yeah, good. And I can see if anything goes wrong on stream. So I think the goal here, I want to get this confirm button. I want to get it to display the correct thing. I want to get it to register a new input change. And if I can get that deep and then have the ability to back all the way back out, then I can start copying this and get it into all the other stuff. But then I also need to figure out how to get it to change depending on what section you're in. I should probably do that before I start copying them. I should be able to get most of everything figured out through through what I have, so that it does what it needs to do before I copy paste and get the full thing. And then it should hopefully only be like a little bit of work to get any errors ironed out. And then I'll have Keybindings finally done. Jeez, I'll be so happy. Be done with the options menu. I'm so sick of options menu. Did not expect to do it for all month. Every time I do something, it's like, why does this take so long to do? I mean, I don't know. I get it. Every time I guess how long it's going to take me to do something, it's always like 4 times as long. It's getting kind of annoying. So I've been thinking that it's probably only going to take me a month to do like sound effects. And then I don't know how long it's going to take for music. I'm not even hazard a guess on that, which does not bode well. But if I'm thinking it's going to take a month to do sound effects, I should really just look forward to doing 2 months on sound effects. And then music, who knows? It might take me a whole other year. There's no way it'll take me that long, right? All right, back to controls. All right, so we got the new thing showing up. If I click on this, it'll go into this one. I haven't set up to going further into this. So clicking on this doesn't actually do anything. But it does like, oh, I never set the default button. That's fine. I don't care about the default button until much later. It did kind of screw this up though. Anyway, I can still go back out, go in, that's good. All right, so I need to make it to where if I select confirm, it'll actually highlight the X so we can see what it looks like. And then we'll figure out what happens when you select the X. Yeah. Okay. So actually, I'm just set up the default button real quick so that doesn't happen again. I might as well. It's really annoying. There we go. Here, I just need to apply what I had before. Yeah, this part needs to also apply to default. Okay, and close all this stuff. It's really just in the way at this point. That one I need. This one goes. This one goes. Okay. So what happens when you select this? Good question. Our state, it's basically what we already did. Our state needs to equal something new, which is probably input. That's what we selected before. Our choice input, which is like this. Yeah, choice input equals 1. Anything else change? Oh, we're gonna exit, of course. I don't want to run any of the rest of the script. I mean, all this should make sense, right? If global key, confirm press global. This is just all of my key buttons, all my keys that could be a confirm button are all set to this one global. So if this global ever hits a 1, then that's true. If it ever hits a 0, then that's false. That should be very simple, similar to what the stuff you've been doing. So if this is ever true, so one of those of the mini buttons has registered true, then it activates, given that it's inside this. These variables are just like local variables. Well, they're not even local variables. They're, I don't know what the name of them are. Normal variables? But yeah, just a variable that I keep track of. So yeah, I'm setting them to different things, and then exit script just means anytime a script is run, it's always run top to bottom. So step events happen depending on like what your game's frame rate set to. In this case, my game's set to 60 frames. So every 60 seconds, this script will run through 60 times, right? And it'll always read from top to bottom. So it's going through all the stuff on the bottom or on the top. A lot of it's skipping over because it's technically not in any of these states. So it's just skipping right past them, not even looking at them. That's what keeps the code smaller and more optimized. Once it finally gets to something that it is actually on, which would be like controls keyboard, then it'll start reading through this stuff. I'm gonna see if the cancel key has been is set to 1. If it is, it'll do this state, this choice action, and then yeah, the exit command means that it will not read anything below this, and it'll just start over from the top again. It's a good way to stop your code from doing things it doesn't need to do anymore because we don't care about any of the other stuff below it. So the state, the different states mean that it skips things above it, and the exit, it means it skips things below it. So that's how you optimize code. I mean, that's one of the first steps to it. There's a lot of steps to it, but that's the basics of how that's working. But you got to keep in mind, if you ever exit anything that's below the code, like if you do something in here at the bottom that you wanted to run, and you're wondering why it's not running, it's because it was exiting from something. Just things you got to keep in mind. Alright, so if I press the confirm button, state equals input, choice input equals 1. But it doesn't equal 1. It's based off of what the choice action is. Honestly, there's an easy way to do this. This would just be saying choice input equals choice action. If I did that, then the first row, the first column, if I make them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, then whatever you pick on the left side, it'll just pick the one on the right side. It's the same number as it. And then if you go left, right, you're going to get like 16. It'll go from 8 to 16. I think that's the better way to do it. Instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, something like that. So if I do it this way, then it'll just, yeah, if it's 1, it's going to be 1. And then in input, I got to make sure I do that kind of like in the reverse. Okay, so let's copy all this stuff. This should be my last one, so it'll be a big one. This one's for all the weird input controls that I'm going to have. Alright, so if you press the cancel key, it goes back to controls. The choice action, though, what does it go to? It doesn't go back to controls. It goes back to... fuck. It goes back to whatever it was supposed to be. Wait, that doesn't matter. Well, no, I can just go back to controls, right? Yeah. And I don't have to change anything here because I wasn't changing it to begin with. Okay. Yeah, it just goes back to controls. No, it's got to go back to one of these. We're going from input to controls mouse or control keyboard or control gamepad. So I do need to know what it was before. I find that out by seeing what the choice controls was. Okay. So what I need to do here is state does not equal this. State equals controls keyboard or whatever. And then I got to figure out how to get it to the right one. But to do that, I just say if whatever's selected up here. If choice controls equals 1, 2, 3, or 4. So it's what I did here. There we go. I just need this part. But in the reverse order. So if choice controls is 1, state equals, and it's still the same here actually. It's the exact same. It's just for the cancel key instead of the confirm key. Okay, yeah, that works. So if you were on 1, but you're in the inputs, it'll go back to the controls menu for the one that it was on, because this never changes. Okay, cool. Now, for the confirm thing, I don't know what this is supposed to be, so I'm going to get rid of it for now. The choices, these will be choice inputs. I've just done the keyboard, right? Yeah, this part. I really need to apply that to everything. Let's do that real quick before I forget. All right. So here we go. This copy, paste, paste. All right. So we're going from 1 to. Okay, this one gets confusing. Because we're skipping 2 each time when we go down and up. So to do that, I just say, instead of minus minus, which is -1, minus equals 2, or plus equals 2. That'll skip 2 every time. And now I want to go from this to 16 instead of 8. So it goes through 16 different options. Right. So that's good. Now I just need to set up the left and right. I don't know an easy way to do that other than like add 8 to it maybe? Also, I didn't really set up. I'm going by 2s. Isn't it possible to get to 0? Because here I was saying if it equals 1, then it equals 16. But that's not going to work if I'm going by 2s. Because it could equal 0 or 1. I mean, there's an easy way to fix that. But there's not an easy way to write it out. You know, there's one way I could do it. I can just say input equals if I did 15 plus the input. Oh man, this is getting crazy, but that is possible. If I said 15 plus choice input, and then this is instead of equals 0, it's just, or equals 1, it's less than 1. Okay, so let me just think about this. If you press up, if input is less than, not less than, equal to 1. If it's less than or equal to 1, so it'll either be 0 or 1. There's no way to go, like if you're at 2, you're at 0. If you're at 1, then it'll equal -2. Which should, okay. So now, so you're basically, it's going to be a 0 or 1, and then it's going to set it to be 15 plus that 0 or 1. So yes, if you're at 0, the 15 is just going to stay 15. If you're at 1, the 15 will be 16. And that fixes up any sort of issue I have here. This would just be the other way, greater than or equal to 16. So it'll either be 16 or 17. Only this is going to be a little more complicated here. I got to get 16 or 17 to equal 1 or 2. Something tells me it's the same thing I did, just minus. So, and backwards. I'll have to think about this. But usually it's just the opposite. Okay, so if it's greater than or equal to 16. So if it's 16, then it's going to be 16 minus 15, which means 1. If it's 15 plus 2, then it's going to be 17. But it's 15 to start with, so it's 15 minus 15 is 0. Have I done this completely wrong? Yeah, because I'm not setting it until afterwards. But I think I am doing this incorrectly. Math. Okay. If it's less than or equal to, it should never be less than or equal to 1. That's what I'm screwing up. Yeah, this ain't gonna work. Because if it's ever less than or equal to 1, it's already the wrong thing. It should be less than, oh, that's what I'm doing wrong. It should be less than or equal to 2. And this one should be greater than or equal to 15. That should fix it. Okay, so if it's 2, then we're gonna say 2 plus 15. Okay, and this number's wrong then. 2 plus 15 would be 16. Or 2 plus 14. And then this one should be wrong as well. So if it's 2, then it'll equal 16 because it went minus 2. If it's 1, then 1 plus the 14 will be 15. Right, that's correct. Other way around. If it's 15 and we're adding 2 to it, we don't want it to go above. Yeah, the whole objective here is don't go above 16. You can go to 16, but don't go above it. So if it's 15, adding 2 to it would make it 17, so we actually want to make it 1. So the 15 minus 14 would be 1. All right, if it's 16, we're adding 2 to it, but we don't want that to happen, so we want it to go to 2. So 16 minus 14 is 2. That's all correct. Okay, my math checks out. That should work. Man, that one's confusing. I've never done it by 2s before. It's always usually up 1 or down 1. All right, this one though is completely, that's not going to help with the next part. So left and right. I want left and right to cycle between like 1 and 8, right? Didn't do that, but yeah, if column 1 and column 2 is 1 and 8, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I need to go between 1 and 8 if it is on 1 and 8. So I need to figure out like what's the math to get column 1 to go into column 2 and back again without doing like 8 different if statements. It's totally possible. I just got to think about it. It's going to be just like what I did with math. Probably not going to be that confusing because it's basically the same thing I just did, only it's going to be plus or minus equals 8. So instead of 2, it'll be less than or equal to, is it 8 or 9? I have no idea. Let's just start with 8. I'm gonna have to figure this out. Minus equals 8. Okay. Let me just think about it. If we're 1, we want to go to 9. So if it's less than or equal to 8, it would be 1. Okay. So we want the 1 to go what? What do we do to the 1 to make it equal 9? So we just say plus 8? Is it that easy? Seems like it's that easy. So if it's 1, it's now 9. If it's 2, it's now 10. If it's, that all checks out. If it's 8, then it's 16. Okay, that's all right. So if that's not true, if it's anything above 8, then if it's 9, it's going to say minus 8 from it. So 9 will go back to 1. I think this is right. Now I just got to do it the other way. Same thing I did up there, just backwards. So greater than equals to, I don't know what this is supposed to be. I guess it's 9, isn't it? That would be the opposite. And then these would all be the opposite. So instead of plus 8, it's going to be that minus 8. and then instead of that, it's going to be plus equals 8. All right, let me just do it in my head. 9. So if it's 9, we're going to say 9 minus 8, it should equal 1. Okay, now if it was 1, that's not true, so 1 plus equals 8 would be 9. I think that's correct. It'll be hard to test this without ever being able to see it. I'm really going to have to draw it so I can see it. So let's just do that real quick. Let's draw it at room width divided, no, it's not width divided by 2, room height divided by 2, and then we want to see what the choice input is so that I can actually see that I've done everything correctly without being able to see the buttons. There we go. Now to draw the text so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, I think everything is correct now. I don't have what happens if you actually select something, but I have everything else. I have going back out. I have cycling through everything. Let's test it. All right, this big 0 is what the thing's set to. All right, so if I go, use keyboard, if I go in and in again, that one's been selected, that's good. It's now set to 1. 1 would be the top one that we're looking at. If I go down, it goes to 3. I've already screwed up. If it goes up and down, it should actually just go up and down. Oh, fuck. Okay. It does work right, but it's not correct because I forgot that the ones on the left are supposed to be 1 through 8. I was doing it the other way to where it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, if I go right though, 1, 9. If I'm at, it'd be 2. I can't even get to 2 anymore. But if I'm at 3, it should go from 3 to whatever that is, 11. 3 and 11, does that sound right? It sounds right, yeah. 2 and 10, 3 and 11. We go down again, 5 and 13. Okay, so everything's good, it's just I wasn't really thinking about how the up and down is supposed to work correctly. If I go back out, it does go back out, but it does not deselect. So I'll need to do that. But this is still right. Then if I go back out, it goes further out. If I go back out, it closes everything. But it did not create new buttons. Ooh, what happened there? What is going on here? Oh my god. Everything's falling apart. What went wrong there? Why didn't the buttons get recreated? When I went back out to options, it went back to main. It's only these two buttons that I'm worried about right now. I went back to main, this destroyed itself. But when I went back into controls, it should have created the buttons again, right here. Oh, this is only for the mouse button. That's why. It only works for the mouse. I didn't set it up for the other one. That would be why it doesn't work. Well, that's fine, as long as I remember to only use the mouse from now on. But I will have to set that up. Right, keyboard controls are in here. This part. Um, there we go. Create all the buttons. I just gotta remember to use keyboard because I don't know what all the buttons are, so there's no reason to set this up yet. Okay, so the other parts that were screwed up, that was easy. It was just my numbers were off. Which is this. Okay, no, it's not this. It's in the options window. All right, so I just need to think when you go up and down, because it goes from 8 to 9, right? If it goes from 8 to 9, that makes it easy. But I don't think it should. I think it should go from 1 to 8 and then back to 1 if you keep going down, right? And you have to go left and right to get from one column to the other. Does that sound intuitive? I think it does. I don't know. You can kind of make a case for either one. If you keep pressing down, it'll go from one into the next, right? I can kind of see it go either way, but I kind of like the idea if it's, damn, this means I should have just kept what I had before. Right? Yeah, it doesn't really work like that though, because I have this else statement. Honestly, it would be easier to just do it where it cycles through the whole 16. That way I don't have to do all this extra crap. It's like I'm trying to decide now, do I really care enough to make this harder for myself to keep it a way that doesn't really matter at all, right? We got like both versions of this song back to back. Is that because I didn't shuffle my playlist? Oops. I just noticed that now. That explains why we're getting all this Saga Frontier music. Shuffle my playlist. Yeah, screw it. I'm not going through all that effort. I'm just gonna go 116. That's too much effort. Also, I need to copy this again. All right, so then, yeah, if you go down when you're at 8, you'll just pop up to 9. If you're at 16, you'll pop to 1. It'll be fine. And the left and right does work. Okay. I got that set up. The next part is figuring out what actually selecting the button does. Also, how do I draw the thing that it's in correctly? Because that's its whole other issue. It's not X, it's going to be something else. Oh, the other thing that I didn't set up was making it go back to 0, right? I need to do that. That's in here. When you cancel, this part, I need to add the extra part to it. which is choice input equals 0 again. There we go. Give it back out. All right, now back to what I was thinking. This goes in here. All right, how do we display what we're actually looking at? I don't remember what I did before, but this gets really complicated because I can't just do this. This is what we're looking for, but this won't work. I can't just say global key confirm. Yeah, I can't just do this. Because this will often be a number. In fact, this will be a 0 or 1, so that won't work at all. That's right, this needs to be key confirm whatever it is. So let's start with that much. So this one will probably be enter. So key confirm enter. So this will probably display the number key related to the keyboard for enter. So like A would come up with an 80 something, which it wouldn't say A. We want it to say what it actually is, so that somebody who's not a programmer knows what it means. But I am kind of curious to see actually what does come up, so let's just do that anyway. That sounds fun. I don't know what the enter keys number is. Plus, I want to make sure everything else worked correctly. Alright, back open this, options. Apparently enter is 13. So open this, open that. I haven't set up mouse controls for it. Need to do that. That goes into that, and then this goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, then back to 1. Yep, okay, that's good. Goes from 1 to 16. That's all good. And it should go 1, 9, 1, 9, 10, 2, 10, 2, 3, 11. Yep. I imagine all these will work up to 16, 16, and 8. That works great. That rhymes. That made me happy because I'm simple. This goes back to 0. Okay, that's all good. Just need mouse controls on the confirm so I can actually select it. Okay, well, let's do that real quick. And then to figure out the other part, I'm gonna have to open up Gazard, look at what I did there, because I don't want to look at a tutorial again for something I've already looked up how to do, hopefully. Alright, so this, we need mouse controls, which, yeah, we just don't have them. So this needs to be the same thing that is in options. No. Confirm. This is actually part of this. Alright, so that's what happens when you confirm. I think I have to exit. Not really necessary. Did we get the Saga Frontier song again? I think we did. This song must be played. It beat out on like 1,000 different songs to play next. That's amazing. Like how big my playlist is. This song wants to be played. Alright. I think that's all good. Okay. So I've got to change projects. Yeah. It's crazy. I like to see variants do crazy things sometimes. That 1 in a million. Of course, it only works for things like that. It won't work for winning the lottery. Alright, I guess we're gonna just open up Gazzard and see the horrible script that is that. And what I did in the past. Also, I haven't messed with Gazzard's key binding stuff in a long time. I remember when I did it, it only took me like a day or two. Well, I didn't think this would take so long. I'm pretty sure I just looked up some YouTube video of how to do key bindings and copied that. This project's going to take a lot longer to load. It's way bigger than Gravitas. What was it? Gravitas has about 500 hours, 500 to 600 hours worked on Gravitas. Gazzard has about 1,500, so 3 times that amount. It's way bigger. So I was looking up how to do the color wheel again, or how I did it before. I didn't really show that stuff off. I should really have done that. My bad. Well, the color wheel is really confusing. You should just look up an online tutorial on how to do a color wheel. No, actually, I think I found the color wheel like on some test project. You can go on the Game Maker Studios forums or whatever, and they've got a lot of like example projects that you can get a lot of. You can learn a lot from those, like how to do different shaders, different like hue changing. There's one that does like hue changing, saturation. I just downloaded it and I saw how they did all their stuff, and I basically copied it. That's how I got the whole coloring thing. And I've just been using it ever since because it works great. Alright, so we want... Actually, I kind of want to just load this up and see it in game. Because I don't remember what it even looks like. I know it was very simple though. I noticed the timer is counting down now from about 6 minutes, which is about how long it takes for Gazzard to actually load or to build sprite sheets. Well, while I wait for it to load, I can still look at some of these objects. Alright, so where was key binding stuff? I think it's like there's an options that is probably in here. I've got all these keyboard buttons. Okay. Then I've got this load options thing. These are the objects. So keyboard button attack. What did I do here? Oh, this looks weird. Oh, I've got this parent thing. Okay. I got a parent object running a lot of the keyboard stuff. Holy cow, look at this if statement. This is how I was finding all this stuff. what do I look like? Right, so if you're 65, your image index equals 0. So I just entered like all the normal keys that you might press on a keyboard, and I gave them image index for this giant sprite thing. And then I had like up, left, right. So I didn't do any of that because I thought I would just do it through text, which wouldn't be too hard. I just changed like what the text is instead of the image index. I don't remember any of this. Oh yeah, it flashes. My God, this really is just a massive string of if statements. That's classic me, or classic old school me. I was just checking to see if a button was pressed, and then if it was pressed, we'd register it. And I did that for every single button. That's crazy. That seems like not the best way to do it. I'm going to have to come up with something better than that, because that's dumb. I'm an idiot. I just saw that. Oh God. It's so stupid. This. Past Josh. Oh, that's right. I have to figure out like what to draw based on what our key actually is currently, so that it actually updates correctly. Oh, and I gotta remember, I need to make sure all the keys are set to their own variables and they don't actually save until you exit the options menu. That's important. I've totally forgotten about that, because I don't want those key bindings to actually change until you've saved the options. Then they make their changes. I gotta remember that. What the hell is default? Default? Oh, it must be default. I don't even know what the event user is. Oh, event user must be how I figure out what input, what controller you're using. I bet that's what that is. Well, let's take a look. I'm pretty sure that's how I was figuring out what's actually happened. With this function, you tell the instance to run the actions or code that has been placed within one of the 16 user-defined events. These events can only be called in this way or using the event perform function. What? What? I don't even know what that means. Doesn't seem to mean what I thought it meant. Maybe that's defined in one of these other ones. Still waiting for the game to load. I think we've gone over 6 minutes already. I really don't want to do it this same way again. This seems dumb. I did this for keyboard buttons, for gamepad buttons. This took me more than a day. I had to have. This is a lot of stuff. I might end up doing this, drawing my own custom keys for everything, just because I think it might look better. I was debating whether to do that when I was making the other buttons. I figured it'd just be smarter to use the in-game font. That way I can like localize it. All right, here's Gazzard. look at the options menu. I haven't gone through the options in Gazette in forever because it's not really necessary. The game might crash. I wonder what's going on. Did it crash? Nothing happened. It just froze. That's not good. Seems like whatever I did in my options isn't going to work now. Oh, there it goes. Also, thanks for the follow. Is that a follow? Sorry, I missed that, and I don't have my Streamlabs open. Which is my mistake. Or was that a sub? I don't remember my own sub noise. That's a follow. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so here it is. So very simple. I was just messing with like some basics of stuff, how the slider works. Basically did the same thing with the slider with the new game, only it just looks better. And I had to set up with the new game. This one didn't have it to where you can click where you needed to go, so I had to set that up. Window full screen, same thing, but this, the way this stuff works. So basically the same amount of keys, and I just had keyboard and gamepad side to side. So I'm going to do something similar to this, only I'm going to have you go through the different ones, and you're going to have two different options for each one. So that's the reason I'm kind of like trying to get it to where it works for any of them. And there's no left, right, up, down on the gamepad. It's just joystick or D-pad. I could have put D-pad in here. I wonder why I don't have pictures for D-pad stuff. That's odd. All right, so if I click on the A and change it to like, I don't know, J. I click on it, it starts blinking, and it figures out what I wanted. I click on that and change it back. Okay, so that kind of works like I'm trying to set up now, right? But if I clicked on this and clicked mouse 4, it doesn't do anything. So it's only looking for the ones that I told it to look for, which is not ideal. What about the gamepad? How does that one work? What if I pressed A on the gamepad? Okay, so keyboard only works for keyboard. Makes sense. What about gamepad? If I press... Okay, I didn't even set up the left, right, up, down for some reason. What if I change the attack to be the top one? Okay, apparently gamepad doesn't even work. It was just there to have the illusion of working. I can't even close it now. What the heck? I thought I had this working. Apparently not. Maybe I didn't. Maybe this is why it only took me a day, because I only set up one of them and said, fuck it, that's good enough. Probably what happened. Okay. Well shit, I can't even get out of the menu now. So that's not good. Close that. Go back to this. You can see that. That's good. Go back here. Okay, I don't think I'm going to learn as much as I was hoping I'd learn from this. Honestly, I think all I'm learning now is I didn't quite do it the best way. I guess all I really want to know is how did I find what was being pressed? And it seems like the way I found it was to check every single key press ever, which is kind of dumb. If button pressed, we start flashing. It flashes on this timer, which I don't even do timers like this anymore. So I wouldn't do it that way. I just don't get this event user thing and what that was for. User event 0. If default button equals global key strike equals 0. I don't remember this part at all. Oh, okay, this is the thing. I do remember this, kind of. This is how you have a parent object effect a child object. So this user event, yeah, okay. So basically, I'm running this this little whatever I've set as 0, and that's what this user event is. And that's how I'm saying that this first one, which is keyboard attack, it needs to set whatever this button is that the parent object is doing. I don't know if I like this at all. I feel like I should rewrite all of this because this sucks. But I don't know how I would do it differently. I'm going to have to look it up because I feel like this is all really ridiculous. In fact, I could do something, just set the button to be whatever I pressed. I just need to figure out what that thing that was pressed is. And that shouldn't be too hard because if I'm in the keyboard settings, I should only be looking for keyboard buttons, right? If you press like a controller button when you're in the keyboard settings, it shouldn't do anything. Yeah. I like trying to figure things out for myself though, because I feel like I learn things better if I go through the struggle most of the time. At this point, I feel like I can figure out most things for myself. So I try not to rely on tutorials too much. Okay, I don't think any of this is going to be useful for me though now. Pog. All right. So, yeah, I don't think any of that helps. Let's go back to gravitas. It does kind of suck though. It means I'm really on my own figuring all this out from scratch. I kind of like the parent object thing. It does make things simpler because I'm not like copying the code into a lot of different stuff. I don't feel like it's necessary. Let's see if we can get one button to do everything. Because that was never challenging. Alright, so back in this code, I want my input, my first input button, way down here. This one. I want you to do... Right, so before I was getting the display based off of what it was, with a huge list of if statements, basically. I honestly don't know how to do it any better than that. Because if it's going to be like, I don't remember what A is. A is like 63 or something. I don't know. But if it's 63, it's got to display an A as a string. I don't know if there's a way to take a number and turn it into the keyboard equivalent as a string. There might be. That one sounds complicated. Use GameMaker Studio functions and methods and construction. I mean, that's one thing to say, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to Google this one actually. I just talked about doing it myself, but I have no idea how to get I want to get a string from a number if possible. I don't know if GameMaker has a function for that. This variable holds a string containing the last, at most, characters typed on the keyboard. This string only contain printable characters typed. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know about that one, but that's not what I wanted. For example, function button. No, I'm not trying to draw the button. I'm trying to figure out, for example, this one. Okay, let's say our keyboard for left is I don't know, VK left, which I don't know exactly what the number is, but that's something like 13 or whatever. So whatever this number is for my global left. Okay, I'm using broad terms here, but global left would equal 13, right? Because that's the number assigned to whatever my left key was. And this can be changed, right? So it can be anything on the keyboard. So I need to figure out how to get the 13 to turn into what it's supposed to be in string form. So the 13 needs to convert over into whatever, left arrow. Now, okay, maybe that one won't work for arrow keys, but it might work for like A key or D key. It would be really good if I had some way to pull that without having to just say if global left equals 13, then string equals left arrow. This is the only other way I can think to do this, right? But if I did it that way, that means I have to set this up for every single button, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Every button on the keyboard. You need to manually do it in a loop. So what converts the ASCII to the string? Maybe V type ASCII? That's not going to be it. Oh, didn't mean to do that. What about? Just look through the different ones. String byte length, character, copy count, delete digits, form, hash, height. Most of this is just creating a string. It's amazing how many of this stuff I still don't know what does. String letters. Ooh, string or at. That sounds close. What is that one? String or at. You could use this function to return a specific character code at the specific position within a string. Okay, that doesn't sound right. String equals hello world. String or at str7. So that would be just mean what's the 7th character in hello world. Yeah, it's not what I want, but that's kind of cool. There's a lot of stuff you can do. I see when you see stuff like that, you just think, surely there's a way to convert it, but I don't know. Let's keep looking. I'm learning some new stuff about strings. Last position, length, letters, lower position, repeat, replace. Okay, that one's weird. Place all, set byte at, string upper, width, buffer string. I don't know. What about get string? That one. This creates a pop-up window showing a standard message with the button. Wait. It creates a text box? Why would I want to do that? Oh, it lets them put their own thing in. That's neat. Still not what I want. And these. I don't know. I might need to just Google this or look it up. Because I just feel like saying, like, going through every single button on a keyboard just does not seem like the right way. But I do want to have every button on the keyboard available. But I should probably just check out what other people do. I wonder how I figured out how to do the key bindings I did before. Because that seems like something I brewed. Keyboard key. Built-in variable. So keyboard key would be, I'd like to test this one actually, but I think I know what it means. But I'm pretty sure it's going to return a number as well. I would like to test that though. I'm going to see how that works. Best place I can test that is I've already got one tested. I forget where it's at. It's in one of these draws. Crap. Which one is it though? Not that one. Options, controls, this. Still got the double click problem. Not that one. I think it's on window. Seems like it's on window. Yeah, choice input. Let's do, I want to see what keyboard key is. This is the best way for me to visualize things, is to just draw the text, but not like that. I should be able to see what it actually equals. Ah, I gotta rebuild the game again. Fuck. Oh well. Not gonna be that quick. They still haven't fixed this bug. Every time you create a new object in Game Maker, it causes a total rebuild of the texture page. I asked them in the Discord. They said it was an old bug and it shouldn't be a problem anymore. I did a complete clean install, but it still happens. So I don't know what it is, but yeah, all it takes is creating a new object and assigning it a sprite. It's got to do a full texture page rebuild. It's pretty annoying. Use keyboard key or keyboard key last to detect last key input on a keyboard and convert that value, those, return via number into string. But how would you go about converting the number into the string? Would you just check every single number and apply the string accordingly? Or is there a faster way to do that? Like, I know how to get the different numbers. I want to know how to turn numbers into letters in the most simple way without checking each number individually. That's the thing that I'm trying to do. I guess one thing I could do, now that I'm thinking about it, if I made, not quite the best solution, but if I did make like, if I drew pictures for all the different keys and I just set their numbers to correspond to what their number is on a keyboard, and that's what the image index equals, then I can just set the image index to equal whatever the number is, and then it would do it automatically. That's one way to do it. It would take me drawing a bunch of stuff. But I was thinking about doing that anyway. Okay, that's one solution. And that's a simple one because then I draw the keys. They all look good. Only problem with that is if when I go to do localization, it's going to show all the letters in English. And that's not going to really work for when I change fonts. I honestly There we go. Well, that's still happening. That's cool. Keyboard string. I don't know when I went mute, but I was saying a bunch of stuff there. Keyboard string. Also, that was really cool. I like that I can just directly see the key that's being pressed. Though I didn't try two button presses at the same time. Would have liked to do that. Keyboard string. Oh, this might be it. If that's true, that's gonna be really good. Keyboard key, keyboard string. Let's test that. If it's really just keyboard string, that'll be insane. Way easier. I don't see anything. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's showing 3 because that's the last thing I pressed. E. Oh wow, it's adding them to it though. Odd. Right? I don't know why it's doing that, but apparently keyboard string equals a string of whatever you happen to have pressed last. I mean, that still kind of works. How do you erase what's already in a keyboard string and set it back to 0? But that's cool. What if I press escape? Does that do anything? No, escape doesn't register. What about enter? Enter doesn't register either. So that is kind of what I was looking for, but it doesn't do all the keys. Yeah, okay. So I don't know if you heard what I was saying before. I could just draw icons for each individual button on a keyboard, and then I can just set, depending on what the number is for, you know, whatever the key is, I can just set the image index to equal that number, and it'll just pull up what it is. So that was one that I was talking about. I don't know if I got muted for that, but that would be a solution. But the only problem with that is it doesn't really apply to localization, because if I want to like change the letter A to whatever crazy symbol, I'm kind of screwing myself by doing it that way. Do I want to use a cursor? I've already got a cursor. I want to use both, and I'm setting it up for both. I want to use, okay, so I'm setting up for mouse, keyboard, and gamepad. So I want separate key bindings for all those things. The way I'm doing it right now, just to show, scaffolding controller. I've got this controller object, which is basically just checking to see what buttons I pressed. So I have a confirm global that's set to be these different keys, and it's going to check to see if keyboard check direct for like the confirm enter button or the confirm space button, or if it's the gamepad controllers button, or no, gamepad controller G-pad A. All those are different confirms. Also, the left mouse button is a confirm, but it's its own kind of thing because it's a press. It's kind of how I set it up. So basically, if I change any of these ones, it should just reflect into what it was before. I don't know, I'm probably just gonna look up a see what somebody else done, because that'll be faster. But that's neat. This keyboard string, I'm trying to think of like, why would you ever use this? A thing that constantly increases, but it doesn't, I don't even understand how this one works. It was interesting. It just keeps adding based off of what you apply to it. The last 1024 characters typed on the keyboard. Okay, so I see you would basically, using that other one, you'd find out the most recent one in that string. Okay, wait, no, that could work. It's just not going to work for enter and arrows and escape, but it would work for the letters. I just want to see what it directly enters, or what it directly equals. And that's the best way I can just know what different functions actually refer to. By just drawing them. Now, I'm going to look this up. So, what can I do right now that doesn't involve... Can I go any further? I do want to set this back to what it was before, which is choice input. Oh. I don't know, I'm really leaning towards the idea that I was just having, because it seems the easiest one. But I guess it would be smart to figure out how to do it through font. I mean, I could always just make a long string of if statements. I just don't like that. I don't know how many keys are on a keyboard, but it's something like 100? can look that up real quick. I've got all the keys on the keyboard on a bookmark. There are 123. Oh, 221. Is that right? Yeah, 221, I think. 222. Why are these not in order? Annoying. Alright, yeah, that's a lot. 222 is a lot to look at. That seems like too much to find every key. I wonder if I had it. I was thinking about it the right way last time. I think last time I just went with the ones that were more common, like letters, arrows. But I kind of want to allow anything, because I don't know what configuration the person's hand is in and what they are comfortable with. I feel like they should be able to use any button they want. So I would like to figure out how to do that. Alright, let's start tutorializing. I haven't had to look up a tutorial in a long time. I think it was when I did the wave shader. That was something I didn't know how to do. So specifically, I don't know, let's just look up key binding tutorial, generic ones. I feel like I'm going to get the same thing that I used last time, which isn't really ideal. Advanced keyboard inputs. That might be good. Wow, this is really complicated. Doing a DS map. I'm about to say screw it and just do a large string of if statements. I mean, I could do it like a state system instead of an if. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'm not thinking about this the right way. If I did like a state system, okay, how would this work? I feel like I need to do this in a notepad and just think about it. So what I'm thinking is, and of course I never remember how to do a state system, even though it's very simple. What happens when you copy paste stuff so much? Never actually remember what it is. State machine, this. Alright, so a state machine. But instead here, we're going to do cases like 0 to 100, 0 to 220, which seems pretty nuts. Right? So this state would be whatever our number is. I mean, it is state, but let's just say input. So if the input we're looking for, I could do this as like a script. So if the input we're looking for is 0, then I'll say what the conversion of that is. So, I don't know, input string equals, I don't know what 0 is on a keyboard. And I've already closed the window, so it would be like spacebar, even though that's probably not 0, right? But if I did it like that, then I basically just, whatever this input is the key that I'm looking for. And then depending on what it is, it'll just get what it's supposed to be, like that. And I think this will be a lot cleaner than running like an if thing. It seems like the fastest way to do it. I just had to set up all 222 options in this. God, it doesn't sound great doing it that way. You do like that. Well, actually, we probably just set up, I don't know what 0 actually is, but I can always just do like a -1, be a case. So let's just say right. So after this, you just say set the input back to -1. So yeah, if whatever the input is and we're actually checking this, then we'll run it, find out what the thing is, set the input string to be whatever that thing is, and then set this back to -1 so it stops running through whatever it was doing. It's kind of like how I did the screen reset. I could do it like that. I'd want to put this on an object or on a script or something that doesn't run, but only when I need to check it. So it's part of the key bindings. So it just runs the one time to find what it's supposed to be. So, I mean, that wouldn't really hurt optimization much if I did it that way. Maybe that's the best way to do it. I'm sure there's a better way, but it sounds really complicated to change a number into whatever the string's supposed to be. And I figure like this way it'd be easier, say change, actually let's go look at that. What is English to Japanese? Let's translate spacebar. Right. I don't even know if this will work. Kind of curious. So yeah, in English it might be that. In Japanese it would be this. Oh my god, it totally works. Right, that allows for some crazy localization stuff. I'll need to find a font that actually works for other languages. I think planning around localization is going to become a pain. But that does technically work, and I just have to set it up to where which input we run through is like, we'll have an English one, we'll have you know, the different languages, and we'll get whatever that key is for each of them. And this probably isn't even, this is why I need like somebody, or yeah, help with localization, because this probably is not spacebar in Japanese. This is probably a bar in space or something. If I had to guess. I don't know kanji that well. But then if I did it like that, we can say English, well, we can set at the top, draw, set font to be the English font. And then in the other language font, we can do draw set font to be the other language font. I think that's the best way to do it. Just thinking about the future. So really, I don't have to change anything. I just change what object gets created based on what language we're in. Anything that's kind of like a symbol that can apply to any language, like the arrow keys, can just be the pictures I've drawn. I think that kind of works. I think this might be the best way to go about it that I can think of. I don't know, I really should just watch tutorials. Maybe somebody's got something way simpler and easier to do that I just don't know about. So probably wouldn't be a bad idea to just research a bit. So thinking about that, all of that was just to find out what these things are. Oh, I know, and what these are, because I don't want to actually change the globals. I just want to see what the globals are and set these to be what they are. So they need to be like variables. And then when I exit, I set the variables to equal the globals again. So setting this up to be like whatever the global is, which will be a string, well, not global, whatever the, yeah, so this would be like, I don't know, confirm button, which will be a string. Right, and then the options menu is probably the best place to figure this out. But we've also got to do that wherever that was, or it's not going to pull the right one. All right. So in here, enter. And then all I have to do is figure out when this window pops up. At some point, I have to figure out where I'm actually setting this stuff up later. Vis-a-vis. Vice versa is this way, right? I haven't done vice versa in a long time. Okay. That should set me up to where I don't actually care what the buttons are at the moment. As long as I can display the correct thing and I have the thing to set it up down the line, which will be all these different variables, then it doesn't really matter. But I do need to select how we find the next thing. What time is it? It's only 1 a.m. Yeah, I'm not going to finish this today. At least I got kind of like the beginnings of the button. Golly, I feel like I made no progress. What else can I do? Okay, we've got this button string. We don't really care about the button string. We just want to work with numbers now. We'll convert it to strings later. How do we find the buttons and how do we do what we're going to do with that? So each one of these things needs like a flashing variable. I haven't done flashing in a while, but basically I set flash equals 0. Then in the step event, I say just put it here. If flash is greater than 0, flash minus minus. Right. So if I ever set flash to be anything higher than 0, it's going to count down, and then once it gets back to 0, I'm going to set up some other thing. So now in the draw, I just want to say if flash is greater than 0, if flash equals 0. Oh yeah, I don't really set it to equal 0, do I? Oh, I can just say this. There we go. It's greater than 0, minus minus, otherwise set it to 0. Just in case it goes below. It shouldn't, but it could. Now, if flash equals 0, and draw yourself. Otherwise, you're not drawing yourself. This is how I'm going to get the button to flash. I don't think that's going to work for flashing though, because I need a way to turn it on and off. I guess it could work. I just need something else to say when it's actually on. When it's actually on, it's going to be like some sort of button. It's not just active. Active is it's selected. When I want it, well, yeah, when it's when it's the highlighted option, but when it's actually been selected with the enter button is when it actually starts to flash and it's waiting for the next input. So yeah, I need to just like set some sort of thing. So I guess it'll just be I don't know, I want to say like ready or awaiting input. Could use awaiting. That's an interesting one. That's technically what it's doing. Alright. I don't know. Do I like awaiting? Because that's technically what it's doing. I feel like there's a better word for it. I don't want to say selected because that's not really a good one. I used like button press last time. Let's just say awaiting. Right. So if this stuff and not awaiting waiting equals true. I don't know if I want to set the flash here, but I definitely want to set. Do I set anything here? I just want to set this state to where if we're awaiting, we're not going to register any button presses until we've gotten the one we want. So it is kind of an important thing. But what makes it flash is something different. I need to turn on and off. I feel like I've done this before, I just don't remember how I did it before. Oh, I think I know how to do it. Instead of doing 0, we just say -10, right? So if it's greater than -10, but then in the draw event, I say if it is greater than 0, or if it's less than 0, less than or equal to 0. Okay, so if it's anything 0 or negative, it's going to draw itself. If it's ever a positive number, it won't draw itself. So yes, if I set it to anything, like if I set it to 10, it'll have 10 where it's off, and then 10 where it's on, and then once it's back to -10, it should swap back over to whatever. So if it's greater than -10, it's going to go. Otherwise, it's going to set flash back to, in this case, it would be 10. But then I need to set something else up to be like the alternative. So, right, if awaiting, then do this, else do the normal thing. So it will flash the last time. Or I can just set flash equal to 0 again if it's not awaiting. That makes more sense, that it would just not flash at all. So actually it's kind of dumb. I just need to make sure. Yeah, if I just set it back to 0, it'll be fine. So if awaiting, it'll run this code, otherwise it won't. So wherever I turn awaiting off, I gotta remember to set flash to equal 0 again. Okay, so this will make it flash if awaiting's ever turned on. And yeah, I need to do whatever it takes to get it to turn off again. But I need to make sure this whole mouse input thing does not happen if awaiting's on. So if you're not awaiting, then you can do that. Not awaiting there. So if you're not touching it and you're not awaiting anything, then the mouse enter equals false. Well, I don't think that matters, because if it's not here, it's never going to actually turn itself back off, right? If mouse enter equals false, that doesn't actually turn the input off, right? Yeah, that shouldn't matter. As long as it's not an option that deselects it. Alright, so I just need the, okay, so this is the flash part, and then the part that actually checks for input needs to be in here. Once it gets the input is where it'll change it. So we're going to find out what the new input is at this point. Which honestly could be that key thing. I would love to, I want to test that key thing out again, because that seemed to be working really well. But I didn't test everything. So this one, I want to test everything. Keyboard, E, right? I want to see what all these keys are again. Alright, so the only problem here is if I do turn on the weighting, I won't be able to turn it back off. But that should be okay. Alright, let's test that. Alright, so I don't know how to test all this without screwing stuff up, but controls 162. I wonder if Windows key is actually a key. Yeah, it's 91. And it didn't break anything, so that's good. Alt does not count. Oh no, Alt just closed the thing. Whoa, what happened there? Oh, Alt just, it was like Alt tabbing. That must have been the Windows. Alt, there we go. Alt works, spacebar's 32. Escape's 27. Control, what about left, right, up, down? They're all good. Shift, this thing, backspace, yeah. F8. F8 is 119. It seems like I can just use that to find whatever I'm looking for. What about tilde key? Tilde works. Okay, cool. Let's see if this works. Controls. Keyboard, confirm, crash. Awesome. What happened? Choice action not read before. Right, I think I know where that is. Action 1, confirm. This is something I changed, but I didn't think about it really well. So it's in here. Step event. Step 24. This part. So I did this choice input equals choice action, but that doesn't actually belong in here, I don't think. Yeah, it's supposed to be UI options window. That's why I didn't add this part. There we go. Why I do all this testing before I copy and paste and I have to do this to like 8 different buttons. Okay, so that key thing does seem to work. So I'm going to go with that and just hope it works. Because that's how I do all my code. So we're just going to say if keyboard check is not equal 0, then we're going to say, God, I don't even know where this was. It was UI options, window. Confirm button. Oh, it's not right. I need something else. So we got a confirm button is like the string. So instead of confirm button, maybe we should just say confirm string and confirm key. And confirm key is very easy. It's global key confirm enter. Because that's just the number. God, I wonder if that'll cause a problem. The options window gets created really soon. I think it's like one of the first things that gets created. But this shouldn't be what I'm doing here because I need ones for everything. And just saying confirm key, confirm string might not be good enough. I need one for every single option. I mean, I could just say name it based on what the option is. Confirm enter equals that confirm enter, and then confirm enter string equals that. I think that's how I do it. But then I just set one up for each different global that I'm going to be searching for and set up what the string is based on what I get for the thing. So yeah, this will start as default, whatever the thing is. But then we're going to change it, and then once we change it and exit the options menu and save it, then it's going to go back the other way and save it as whatever it is, the new thing. Okay, I think that'll work. So down here, first off, where was the first one? It was here in the draw. This is no longer a thing. It's global confirm enter. No, it's global confirm enter string. Okay, in the step. Now we got, ah fuck, I already did that part. It's not supposed to be like that. Okay, we set that to equal this. We set flash equals 0 again. We set awaiting equals false. It's not going to be this simple because I also need to see if any of the other buttons have this key. I don't know if it's got to replace it. Oh my god. There's so many other things that need to happen. Because like, you don't want the enter key to be the key that works for every single button. But then again, sometimes the spacebar is one, but it's also another one. I have no idea how to do that. putting that in there for the future. I mean, all this is fine. The thing that I need here is now, it's kind of hard to figure this out without all the other buttons, but I need to find out if one of the buttons has already been assigned to one of these things. How do I replace the other one with it? I feel like I just run through them all right here. So it would be like, no, I gotta do it above before I change it. It might not matter. Yeah, it's gotta be something like, we don't have a cancel yet, but if cancel escape equals keyboard key, then, okay, yeah, then it's kind of annoying, but having to do the UI window constantly, maybe I should just use globals instead of constantly referring back to the UI window. It's kind of dumb, but right, so I'm gonna say if this cancel escape equals the key that we're trying to set, then we're gonna set cancel escape equals what the previous enter was, and then we're gonna set the new enter to be the new key. So that way it replaces it, and I'd have to do that for every single one of these. So there would be one for every key that would happen above this. So that it'll check all the keys that we already have and see if any of them is using that key already, and if it is, to swap them out so that you can't use the same key for different things. I think that's fine, because although I have sometimes the space bar can select things, the space bar isn't a confirm. It isn't one of the global confirms, right? Like, it's its own thing. We got confirm enter, confirm space. I see. Confirm space is also part of the attack. Is here. So confirm space is just used twice. It's kind of silly. Am I just wrong and I shouldn't have put the confirm the attack button? I think I do need the attack button when it comes to a controller, because the confirm button is not the same thing as the attack button on the controller, but they are the same thing on the keyboard. Spacebar really is an annoying one. The spacebar can be so many different types of things. So that means, I mean, what does that mean? That means if you want to change the attack button to be F, that means F would also become a confirm button, because that's just how it works. Yeah, it's dumb. It doesn't work. Spacebar was supposed to be my other button. So if I'm going to replace buttons, the spacebar is already on 2 of them. There's an easy fix for this, and that's to make the space bar not be a confirm button anymore. And I just do another confirm button, whatever that be. E or something, right? E is usually an interact button. I feel like I need to do that. It's gonna be a pain. Yeah, I need like another confirm button that's not the space bar. And like I got the space, I don't even have 2 buttons for the space bar, but I wanted to set up where you can use 2 buttons. So I need like another global even for that. This isn't really well thought out at all. Like I do have a key for 2 different lefts and rights. Because one's the arrows, one's the letters. Yeah, I'm gonna have to resort all these globals and do something that makes more sense so that they're all uniform. Let's start here. The problem is I gotta change like all my code where it matters. No, I don't, because it all goes back into this. This is the only place it matters. Okay, that's true. Okay, so, right, confirm. Confirm is enter. It's just not space anymore. It's, I don't know, E. Yeah, we'll call it E. So global confirm E. So the attack. It's not just the space bar, it's something else. It doesn't have to equal anything, but I need the variable so that I can put it in there. All right, instead of E, this will be, what's another button for shooting? It could be shift. I don't think I've used shift for anything. Yeah, it could be shift. Okay. Honestly, I should have probably changed these names to, instead of being the keys, to just be Confirm 1, confirm 2. Yes, I don't know. Doesn't really matter. And at least this way I can tell what button I'm using at a glance. Alright, we're going to use shift, which will have to be left shift. Alright, so shoot is now space, left shift, or it's a controller button X, which is the face to the left. That means I'll have to change that here. Instead of space, it's now E. And then instead of attack here, we gotta add some more stuff. There we go. Instead of E, it will be left shift. Also, I have this one as, where's the left shift? Did I put it in the wrong one? No, that's confirm press. Yeah, that's confirm left shift. That should not be, it really should be attack. Oh god, all this is going to be wrong now. Instead of confirm, it's going to be attack. Space, attack left shift. These are now attack buttons. Really need to write this stuff down so I can find it later. Okay, we have changed global key confirm space, right? Is that what it was called? Yes, global key confirm space has changed. Global key confirm space. Oh no, pressed is its own thing, so it doesn't even matter. I just need to make sure I add in confirm E. Space needs to change to attack. Okay, so every global key confirm space has to change to global key attack space, and I also have to add in key attack left shift. And then every global key confirm space that is part of the enter would have to change to, oh, but it won't be in there. Well, okay, it'll be in the ones where I create it, but that's it. Because I'm using these keys, so it's already set up. Yeah, wherever I set up the globals for the original ones should be the only thing I have to check. Which I think is only in the creation of this event. I hope I'm right about that. So we got attack space, attack left shift, attack space, attack left shift. So okay, to make it all uniform, we're still missing the pause button. We don't have a second pause button. Okay. Yeah, so what's the next pause button? Because that needs to be in here. So it's another cancel button. Didn't we already have another cancel button? What happened to left control? I thought I already had a left control in here as a cancel. What happened to that? I was certain that I had left control on cancel. Oh, it's not pause. That's right. I'm looking at the wrong thing. I just called it cancel escape. Oh no, pause is also... Escape is also pause. Oh crap, it's the same problem. That's right, escape is the pause key, but it's also a cancel key. Ah, fuck. I feel like, is there any reason the pause key can't be the cancel key as well? I think pause might be redundant and I just get rid of it and we use escape and left control for both of them. So the only difference there is, like oh that's right, I use the right mouse key button for canceling, but I don't want the right mouse button to be what brings up the pause menu. That was my reason for that. I think I put pause on middle mouse button. I kind of like better. I mean, I could make it like P or something, but I feel like escape should pause the game, right? Or open up a menu. But escape should also exit, or yeah, it should back out of menus. Is the mouse the only thing that's screwing this up? Because I could just make an exception for the mouse. Because I feel like every other cancel button would open the menu. Like on the gamepad, yeah, you could use like Y to open the menu, but you can also just use B. No reason that wouldn't work. B being like how you cancel and how you open the menu. But then I feel like start is also another pause button. Yeah, I've got gamepad start. I actually don't even have X, I have start. That makes a lot of sense for pause. But start wouldn't be the button you press for cancel. Why is it so complicated? What are you doing? I don't know. I don't have a solution for this. This is why I did it that way to begin with. Like, escape is both pause and cancel. Base is both confirm and shoot. But the other buttons don't make sense for all that stuff. You know what would really help here though is if I use spaces in this or tabs. I don't think that messes up the code any. It just makes everything a lot cleaner and easier to look at. Probably put all this stuff on new lines. Don't know, I'm really just stalling. Alright, let me start over. If cancel is pause, that means that escape is pause, left control is pause. So that's our two keyboard ones. Our gamepad ones would be B or start, would be cancel and pause. And then our mouse one would just be right click or middle mouse button. Only I want the right click to actually be a movement button. Actually, I could just make like mouse 5. I know everybody doesn't really have mouse 4 and 5. It's not really completely standard. I think it's sort of standard, but yeah, if I make the cancel button be mouse 5, I feel like right mouse button just makes it better mouse 5. Yeah, the big issue there is just I don't want the mouse, when you press the right mouse button, I don't want that to open the menu. I really want that to move the character. But it works so well on cancel, you really can't do that. So I need to like, something's gotta change. So either I have to move character. There's not really anything else but 4 and 5 for moving the character. If right mouse button's gonna open the menu. I could use middle mouse button being the move character button. It's kind of not great. Left mouse button's supposed to be for firing, which totally works for confirm. That's another one that I feel like the left mouse button's just its own thing. Just really tempted to say cancel is pause, confirm is shoot. And then trying to figure it out from there. Like if I have to make separate mouse controls, I might have to do that. So confirm would be enter in space. Cancel would be escape or left control, sure. And that's basically all the buttons I was using before on those. Now, I would have to have 2 controller buttons, which I didn't even have before. I think I should just split this up, right? I'm pretty sure if I just hit enter, nothing really changes. I mean, I don't have to do that. I can just do like this and tab equals the first one. I don't know. What's the best way to format this? Yeah, like that. Alright, second confirm button. You could say start is a confirm button, but start is also my pause button, so I don't want start to be a confirm button. Even though it should be. Honestly, none of this really works. Why's everything gotta be so fucking weird? Like, the UI never is the same thing as the gameplay. And that's just normal. We've accepted that's normal. Well, this would be A and Y, I guess, or A and X. So whatever my shoot button was is also a confirm button. Just gonna be weird, but I can't think of no way. So gamepad X. Thinking about it, the left, right, up, down keys don't have like a second rebind either, and there's no way to do that. Maybe I should just cut the whole second keybind thing and just say some keys you can't keybind. I mean, that's what a lot of game developers do. And now I'm starting to understand why they do that. Because this is aggravating. Like, there's part of me that just wants to make gamepad start not be a thing that you can keybind. Because start, to me, just indicates a few things, like opening the menu or pausing the game. And putting it, I don't know, it could be like opening, it could start the game as well, because that's why it's called start. I guess start doesn't matter. Alright, I'm thinking about it too hard. Let's just keep going. So we got 2 keyboard controls here. We got 1 gamepad control, and we have 0 mouse control. So that one's just going to change based on each one. So this is the same thing. I just need to add the stuff in that I don't have, which is here. Tab. Copy. Paste. Make this one be X. Oh, but if I do that, I've only got 6 buttons to set now. I just cut off 2 of them. So the whole idea of having 8 buttons is completely moot now. Yeah, that's true. I don't know if this is the right idea or not. So in the settings, I'll just say that this one is confirm / shoot. And then this one is cancel / menu. So yeah, just getting rid of these 2, combining it in with what we have. I think everything here is fine except for I just don't feel like gamepad start seems weird to be a cancel button, even though that's technically what it is when it pauses the game. And a lot of that's to do with the escape button being on both cancel and pause. So the start button has to be on both cancel and pause. And now right mouse button is also pausing the game. So I need to have a different button for movement. Which I don't even have the left mouse button in here for confirm. I'm wondering, why don't I have that? Because that would have made a lot of my stuff a lot easier. Oh, it's on the attack. The middle mouse is on cancel or pause. I guess I could just attach this back to confirm being left mouse button, because that makes sense. Anytime you're skipping cutscenes, you're going to use this. Right, so left mouse button is back on confirm. This one would also be, oh, I did the wrong one. I did check button pressed. No, I did check button. I just need this one to be here. All right, that's middle mouse button. Alright, so left mouse button is now on both the confirms. Middle mouse button doesn't work for either of them. I feel like the only thing here is, what is the movement button for middle mouse or for mouse? It's got to be middle mouse. Because technically the movement thing is not something we have on anything else. But if I try and make right mouse button be a movement button, it's going to still pause the menu because it's part of this, and I'd have to like separate it some other way if I want to do that. So really I need to keep right mouse button being a pause button if I want it to be a cancel button as well. That's just how this is set up. That same thing goes with gamepad start. I feel like that's the big issue here, is really the escape is the one that's the odd man out. The rest of them would be better off if they were just on pause so that they can do other things. Kind of like I had before. And I just need the escape to be its own pause button just in general that you can't rebind. That probably would have been the smarter choice. Instead of making everything bend around the escape button, I should have made the escape button be its own thing. Kind of like I had Alt Enter for going full screen. I should have escape just be like a default way of opening the menu. And that would have made this easier. And then escape can also just be cancel. So yeah, escape is technically like a pause button, but it's not something you can change. Then that gets into the weird issue of what happens if somebody puts the escape button on a confirm. Why I kind of want all the things that can be key bound to be interchangeable. You can do weird stuff like that and it's not going to break anything as long as every button is set to something that's not 0, then it should work. Alright, so all this being said, I just need one more that's global, I don't know, I guess we'll say key mouse move. Mouse move just being its own thing. I guess I need a mouse move pressed as well. Alright, I gotta set up all these new buttons now. Alright, so let me make notes. None of this is true now. Okay, all global key pauses turn into global key cancels. Same thing with pressed. And then all global key attacks equal global key confirm. Same with pressed. And then I don't even have mouse move in the game yet, so it didn't really matter anyway. Alright, so we're gonna do that. Did anything else change? We just moved things around. We didn't create anything new. Like, we already had left control. We omitted left shift. We don't have E or F or any of that. Yeah, it looks like everything else will be fine. Because nothing's really changed. Other than moving some keys around. Like I'm gonna forget something, or break something. I did change the names of some stuff though, didn't I? What are they? Confirm gamepad X. Yeah, that's right. These paused ones changed, so it used to be, it wasn't confirm, it was pause. Gamepad X. No, that was start. X was attack. Was shoot. I guess it was attack. Alright, so that one now equals global key confirm gamepad X. Same pressed. Alright, global key pause gamepad start equals the new thing. And we've got the new mouse move thing I gotta add. Alright, so I need to close that, Control Shift F, we're going to find this stuff. Global key, move this over here where I can see it. Pause. Find all global key pauses. Alright, so starting in load options. Which is a script. So global key pause isn't a thing anymore. Alright, there's just mouse moves, so there shouldn't be a pause on either of these two. had one pause before. I don't know what happened to that one. Oh, we have menu. Oh, that's right. It's where I set all this stuff up. I never use menu either, so I should get rid of it. I don't have this attack. I'll do it when I get to it. We're just getting rid of the pauses right now. Alright, find all again. Now we've got save options. So anything that has pause, it has to go. I'm gonna get rid of menu too, seeing as I'm here. Oh yeah, I left the borderless stuff in here just in case I do find a way to add it later. I'm curious about this last one that I did. I just closed it, didn't I? Well, I don't know where it is. Let's go back to load options. Was there that menu one in here? At the top? Yeah, let's get rid of it. Not doing anything anyway. Alright. O controller, which I've already got open. Create. Alright, yeah, we have global key pause. We can get rid of it. Global key pause press. And then F1 also has pause and menu. Alright, that's all the global key pause is gone. So that got rid of the pressed as well because I was looking at both of them. I totally forgot it worked like that. So now we just want global key, whatever the next thing is, attack. We need to get rid of all these. There's a bunch of these. Global attack is here. Get rid of that. Attack. Gone. Attack pressed. Gone. Step event. We shouldn't have any attacks in here. Let's refresh. Alright, save options. Here's the attack key. Load options. Actually, I was supposed to change that into the new key. Kind of dumb doing it that way. Yeah. I don't know, I'll just add it later. Alright, ship. Step line 35 here. So this is if attack key pressed, but it's not going to be attack key anymore. This was for opening the shop. So it was spacebar before. It could be enter, so it's just confirmed. So instead of attack, I need to change this to confirm. There we go. Then go back to O player. These are all step events as well. So basically everything that says Control F, global key attack needs to change to global key confirm. There we go. That should have got rid of everything. Yep, everything's gone. What's next? Well, that was all the pause and attack. Now I just need to add in the ones that I just gutted from the save. I should have done it that way. Okay, to do that, the best way is to go back into the controller. Is this going to update now? Okay, gamepad X, gamepad start. Confirm and cancel. Right, so I just need to update those. So key confirm gamepad X cancel gamepad start. Yeah, when I cut it from here, I should have just changed the name of it. That's kind of dumb. But I really just throw it in here. So confirm will be in here. Global key confirm gamepad X equals GP face. I don't know, remember what face it was. Yeah. Really dumb. Or maybe I can probably go back and find it actually. Yeah, there we go. X was that one. Where's start at? There's start. Right. So get rid of that one. This one, I just needed to change this to be confirm. And this one to be cancel. Right, confirm is 3. I'll write that down. And start is start. Alright. The other place was in load options and save options. Yeah, I screwed it up here too. Not a hard fix, it's really just what this is. Change some of the stuff around. So this is gamepad X. Well, that's the same, but this is X, and then this is 3. Then we gotta do start as well. So this one, Okay. Alright, now I need to add the new ones. I think everything else is fixed. But the new ones are these two, mouse move and mouse move press. I don't think I have the pressed one in here, do I? No, I've already got the middle mouse in here, I think. Middle mouse, left, right. Oh, maybe I got rid of it. Yeah, I must have got rid of middle mouse button. So it's actually not either of these two, it's whatever I had before. This one. There we go. This is the thing I need to set up. So that goes in save. Alright, that should be the mouse button now set up as a key that can be changed and that will do something in the future, which is mouse movement. I think that was everything. God, I hope I didn't screw anything up. Alright, so what I just did there is I cut out 2 of my options, which is going to mess up my layout a bit. But pause and attack are not a thing anymore. So it'll just be confirm, cancel, left, right, up, down. And when it comes to the mouse, I'm going to have confirm, cancel, and then mouse move being its own key. So you can change it. I'm going to set it to the middle mouse button, but you can change it to whatever. Just because I know a lot of mouses only have the 3 buttons. But if I do all the key binding stuff right, you should be able to use any mouse button. That's something I didn't really check for the keyboard check. Well, anyway. It's now 6 options. Alright, so what do I do about this? Do I make the last 6 be it? I think that's what I do. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I can put just in the empty space above to be like input 1, input 2. So now I do have room for that. But that means our first button starts at 3, 6. Really, nothing really changes except for where our buttons go in the beginning, which is created here. Not created here, it's created when, oh god, where is it even at? Options, controls, this is where it's created. So when this happens, yeah, 360 is our first one. And then this one will be 460. And these 2 just don't exist. That means all these numbers change, so this is now 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. That's basically all that I need to do there. Oh, and the way we go through numbers is different now, which is not here. Going to be in the window. This one. So instead of 16 choices, there are now 12 choices. Nothing really changes here, it just goes from 8 to 6. So I can change these numbers. 6, 6, 6, oh yeah, I like that. 6, 6, this one will just be 1 above, 7. And I think all that'll work still. I can test that. Might as well. I want to test and see if anything breaks now that I've changed controls. But the other thing to change then would be, I think it was options window that was doing it before. Oh, that's it. Draw. Yeah, I want to change this back. I kind of want to do both of them now. Minus 100. Actually, let's do that on the Y. I just want to see choice inputs again. And keep that keyboard check on. All right, let's Relaunch. Microphone working, yeah. I hate that that's still happening. I got a brand new USB cable that's a lot better insulated, but I don't know, I guess it's an OBS thing. I have no idea why the mouse just sometimes, or the microphone cuts out sometimes. All right, so the thing I wanted to check is, it's less ideal that it now selects it no matter where your mouse is. Before you actually had to left click on it. But now, because it's a confirm button, it'll just pick it no matter where you're at. Which means if I'm here, or if I'm here, I click off and I hit left click. Yeah, God, that breaks everything I had. I'm gonna end up scrapping everything I just did. Because, how do I fix that now? Just because mouse button confirm is a thing. Why didn't that happen before? I don't know. Let's go back into here. Controls. Oh yeah, this needs to be at a different place too. Oh, the blinking works. Now it's been set to G. I'm just gonna have to fill this space up here with something else. Maybe just like a short description or something of what we're doing. I could also just make it start up here and then have the bottom be blank. I think that would be better actually. Maybe I do go back to 160. Now that I think about it, it makes more sense to have it off the top, I guess. Oh yeah, the inputs, I wanted to check that. Also, I never fixed the problem where this gets deleted and it doesn't come back, which is weird. Oh, that's because I'm using mouse controls, that's why. Why did it do that? Oh, because it runs a restart. That's right. Huh. Still not creating it. Still not creating it. What the hell's going on with that? So much is broken. I feel like I was further along at the start of the day. I've never failed so hard. Really? I mean, it's been a long time. But I feel like I need to just go back. All the way back to like before I started doing all this. I don't even know how far back that was. Or if the undo key will get me far enough. Because I feel like everything I've done just made things worse. Changing all this like option stuff. And I've changed it in so many places. I don't know. I need to just restore a previous version of the game. At this point. I don't know. I'm thinking if that's necessary. I think maybe I didn't need to do everything I just did. I could have just made it where some of them you can have the same key bindings on the same thing. And just make a couple extra ones so you can have other key bindings. I don't know. I'm so discouraged by how all this is going. Now I'm not gonna go back. I'm gonna figure out what broke here and fix it with the new way. So whatever broke here is because I put mouse left on key confirm. It used to be on attack. So when I was going through menus, I didn't have attack on the menus, so it wouldn't cause this to ever trigger. But you could use the spacebar on menus? That's what confuses me. I don't remember what I've done with that. But it will be in here. So I was using if key confirm pressed. Oh, that's right. Spacebar was a confirm thing before. It worked for both of them. So left mouse button did not work before. It does work now because left mouse button is on confirm. Maybe I just give mouse buttons their own key bindings. Because it's kind of too complicated to put mouse buttons into the other ones. I still got the player open. I just closed the ship. No, the ship's still open too. I think I'm gonna go back on all this stuff. That was the only thing I changed here. That was the only thing I changed there. I hope I can go back far enough. We're gonna have to see how far Game Maker Studio saves its backs. Seems to be that's restored. I didn't change anything in this. I just wanted to revert all the key binding stuff. This one, all these changed. We'll bring all that back. This one changed a lot of stuff. It's back to normal. This one changed like the most stuff. Why can't I go back on this one? I can go back on everything else but this one? Or did I do it already? No, the mouse move's still in here. Okay, apparently the back button's not working on the controller, which is kind of the one that I needed to work on. Well, that's annoying. I'll just have to go back and find what it was before. For some reason, undo key doesn't work on this one in particular. Even though it's worked on everything else. Don't quite understand it. Yeah, I'm going to revert to what I had before. Is it because I did it when it was open in a window like this? So I guess if it's open in a window, it doesn't save what's actually changed. That's really annoying. Crap. I gotta fix all this. I don't know. I mean, we figured out a few things here. I made a dent in it, I guess. I was really hoping to get further along than this, but it is a very complicated process. I'm going to restore my key bindings to what I had before because I don't think this was, like, this is all dumb and not the right way to go. I really just can't have everything be confirms and cancels. It's not going to work that way. I have to figure out a way to make the key bindings work with that. I'm probably going to look at some tutorials on how to do it or how other people do it, but I kind of have an idea of how I can find everything using like this state machine that I drew up here. I think would work. This. Stop. Don't get. Yeah, I'm really upset about this, that I couldn't just go back and fix this. I could try like restoring a previous save or something, but it's just this one. If I go like look at the stream or something, I could probably pull up what this looked like before to get everything back to the way it was for the most part. I mean, I could kind of figure it out. I don't know if I get all the buttons and all the things correct. It's really annoying. Yeah, apparently if you use the full screen thing and you make changes and then close it, you can't actually go back anymore like you can normally. So that's annoying. Alright. I'm gonna stop here. I might stream again just because this did work. Yeah, I mean, it did what I wanted it to do. It got me to start doing it and getting through it. So I might stream more of it. It sucks. It's annoying. And I don't know what I'm doing. Honestly, taking a lot of steps backwards here. But sometimes that's how game dev work too. I do remember I said there's a lot of things that I was talking about that I didn't really show. I guess the big ones are how does the I hate when this happens. The big ones I didn't show were how sliders work. So I will show that. We'll look at the master slider. If it'll open, it won't because that's a thing now. Alright. So, master slider. It's a slider bar as its sprite. It's got these settings, a max value, like it goes from 0 to 1, selected, whether it's, picked. Image index is set to 0, and its image blend is set to gray to start with. Let's see if the audio button is active or not, and I'd have it destroy itself so it doesn't exist anymore. I don't know, a lot of this is what I've been doing. The big things are if mouse button checked, if there's distance to the mouse, so it's going to select it. Otherwise, it won't be selected. If it's selected, it does this option master volume, sets it to a clamp between the mouse X minus the X sprite width of this sprite, 0 and max value. So it's between 0 and 1. The draw. So this is the most important part of this, is this part. It draws self and then it draws sprite part extended sprite index on, yeah, I don't know, copy paste it. Basically, it's just drawing part of the sprite based on where your mouse is when the object is selected, and that's how it's going to draw it to where the mouse is. It also draws the button based on where your mouse is, but if the button's directly under your mouse, it looks like you're moving the button, when really you're moving your mouse around, you've made it selected, and everything's just following the mouse. That's how it works. To do the percentage, I just draw text color at the place it's supposed to be. I round my master volume and I times it by 100, so if it goes from like 0.001 or 0.01 to 1.00. By multiplying it by 100 and then rounding it, we're getting a whole number of 100. And then I'm just adding a percentage symbol to the end of it. So yeah, whatever my master volume is, it shows it as a percentage out of 100. And that's how that works. So how slider sprites work. Is part of the UI, part of the options, slider bar. So this is the bar, it's just the whole thing. Set it at middle left, so it starts over there when it's drawing. And then, yeah, colored bar and non-colored bar, a bit like that. The button is just a button. The code was set up to have these two different colors for the button. I wasn't using that, but I forgot about that, so I just made two copies of the same sprite. But honestly, you could probably just edit the code so that it doesn't do two buttons. I was just too lazy, so I said screw it. Copied and pasted it. Yeah, it's basically how a slider bar works. Yeah, it's finding based on where the sprite is, and it's setting a value from 0 to 100. And you can change that for, like I did this slider for the mouse. I set it to go from, actually the mouse, I just set it to go from 0 to 100. I just made it go an extra 0.5 or 0.005 decimal. And then I multiply it by 200. So it's still going 0 to 1. It's just 1 equals 200 in this case. And then it was a little more complicated, but not that hard. I don't even know where the mouse was. Game. Mouse is in game. Cursor slider. Right, so I set, what is this? Does this go to 2? No, max value is still 1. The step event, it's just going from 0 to the max value. The only difference here is like the number it pulls back is multiplied by 200. I guess that's really it, yeah. I think the thing that I changed, oh yeah, that's right. This option, cursor size, I just made it to where it's clamped between 0.5 and 1, or 0.25, whatever it is. So that I don't want the cursor to completely disappear, right? So it's got to stop at 50%. So, yeah, I just made it to where this number can't go below a certain thing or something. I don't even remember now. Coloring. Alright, coloring's, honestly, it's pretty confusing. There's a lot of things here that I really can't just explain off the top of my head. But, I honestly just, I'll show it. And you can copy it. You need a color ring. It does have to be 520 by 520. You can change the scale of it, but it's going to change the numbers. Keep in mind, a lot of my numbers are reduced in half because of this. If you want a full-size image at 520 by 520, you're going to have to like double some of the numbers, which it's not many numbers. It's just, I'll point them out. This is just destroying the color ring. If you don't want it there anymore, it doesn't really matter. The draw event is the most important parts here. So setting this angle, it's the angle of where it's drawing the thing is based off of what our global hue is. So the hue is like a number between 0 and 255. It's kind of like how colors works. And it's like converting that into an angle on like a circle. So that's how it's like figuring out where we're picking. And yeah, it just knows that the colors are kind of corresponding to this color wheel. It sets this shader. I don't know. A lot of this is just for like drawing the coloring. And then this number here, 112, is supposed to be 224 if you're doing a full size image. And then you'll change it. Well, the image X scale, image Y scale, it won't matter. If it's 1, then this will change on its own. And this whole part at the end here is just for drawing the little cursor. It's in the center of the circle, showing you what you're actually coloring. So that's unnecessary. Left pressed is set to pressed equals 1. This is a bit weird. I could have done it a different way. I just copy and pasted this object. Pressed equals 1, angle equals whatever the point direction from the center of this thing to mouse X, mouse Y. Global hue equals whatever that angle is. And then this cursor color is just, we're figuring out what this color is based on the hue, the saturation, the value is what this is overall, assigns what your overall color is. And then we do this script. Global left released is turns to pressed off. Saturation box, a lot of the same stuff. I'm just gonna go through it real quick. That one's just for deleting stuff, doesn't really matter. There's the stuff for the draw event. I did not reduce the size of the saturation box because I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong to not make it work. Plus it was already like the right size, so I just said, screw it. I'll just put it on the side. It didn't really matter. But yeah, usually this thing is just the right size to put in the center of the circle, I think, if it's large. But because I wanted to shrink the circle down, I just put it off to the side. All these numbers are correct, regardless. Left pressed, global left down, basically the same stuff here. Global left released. The scripts are set color values. So this is the script for setting color values. Remember this function script set color values is important to make sure that your script doesn't run automatically when you start Game Maker Studio. And you just set all these values to whatever the first color is. It's just to establish values. RGB values, kind of the same deal. Set these values based on what the cursor is naturally. Shader, saturation value. This is the last one. I think all of this is default. I might not be correct. You have to check it. And then finally this part. This one's definitely the biggest part of this, how this works. That's the full thing. You can pause, copy it if you want it. Once you have all that stuff, you should be able to make it. I recommend just finding a project that's already got it and just figuring it out. I've got all the pieces and I've made lots of notes, so I can always use this color shader whenever I need it because it's really handy. Oh, and then to do multiple colors, you basically got to multiply everything, make 2 of everything. I was not smart enough to figure out how to make it update based on which one you're working on. It's probably possible, but it just seemed a lot easier to me to just make a copy or duplicate of everything. That was definitely the simpler way to go. So that's what I did. I think I've pretty much explained everything I've done up to this point. thing that I have to do now, my homework, is in this controller. All of this is now incorrect and it has to be reverted to what it was before. So that sucks. I'll have to do that on my own time. Okay, everything's good now. Right, am I in there? Yeah, I don't know. I might stream another time so that I need to knock this out. It's just starting to wear me out. And the stream does kind of help with that. I want to get past this. This is so aggravating. And it takes so much like planning and forethought and experience, and I have none of those. Alright, I'm in on that. Later. Bye.